school.
As I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door, I saw myself rise with the water. They thought they could keep me down, hold that breath and watch me drown, but all they did is push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay here till it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight, it's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, to stand, we'll never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant, it's not over till it's over. As the sun steps down and escapes the day, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. turns to grey, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We can climb high, higher than before, or we could stand by while it burns to the floor, though we cannot fly. We will build and the wounds will mend as we build it once again.
Let's get the show on the road. Hello everybody, hope you're having a beautiful evening, because right now we're actually going to kick off this tournament. It is of course the high quality gaming daily tournament where we match up random players with one another and then they can play together. I am Goose the Grey. If anything about the audio levels is off, because it's the first time I'm streaming to Hitbox, let me know, like microphone level, speaker level, if the in-game sounds are too loud, anything like that, just tell me and I'll fix it fast as I can. Here we have now Team 1 versus Team 8 actually. Those names are still a little bit off, because you're Team 8 and you're Team 1. We don't actually have proper team names here, so let me fix that. And then we're already in Champion Select, and we can see the first ones here. Team 1 banning away Vi and Rise. On the other side, Callista and Echo taken out. Callista, Echo, no big surprise there. We've seen both of them being played to such great effect lately. Echo, the new champion, obviously, wrecking everyone with his ridiculous ultimate ratio, and Callista just one of the most annoying AD carries to play around because she constantly hops all over the place, and it's really hard to actually hit a hook or Dark Binding or anything like that on her. So that one gonna be taken away as well. And on the other side, Vi, one of the higher impact junglers when she's played properly, but not as popular lately. Usually we see the typical bans, you know, Sejuani, Gragas, and Rek'Sai. Not gonna happen here. Well, we do have Gragas and Rek'Sai banned, which basically leaves up Sejuani as the last jungle power pick, and I'm definitely expecting that to come into play here. Rise, recently buffed, still an absolutely OP top laner. No surprise there that they're taking that one off the field, actually. And as I speculated, hey, I'm right! It's always the best feeling when you say something and it actually happens in game, because it makes you seem smart. Feels good. Sejuani was picked up on the other side now. They have to wonder, what are they actually going to pick into the jungle? There aren't that many options up anymore. I mean, Lee Sin is around for the high early game impact, but he's not been as popular in the Cinderhulk meta anymore. Does fall off late game a little bit, so that's going to be an issue for them. But for now, they are actually hovering the Alistar for a very, very strong bot lane. Seen a lot of him lately. Nautilus, of course, another choice. They're just going for the high crowd control tanky support. Get as much impact into that bot lane as possible. Combo that with the Graves and you've actually got a very, very strong bot lane that can really pressure from very early on and have a lot of impact right off the get-go. So I'm looking forward to that bot lane. That definitely looks pretty powerful. Now let's see what the answer is going to be, because, you know, when you see this kind of bot lane matchup and you're saying, okay, we're already up against, you know, Nautilus and Graves, what do we answer with? What is our choice to counter that? And it might be the Ashe, which is extremely dangerous, because Ashe obviously has barely any mobility, has barely any escape skills. Well, none actually, she has a slow. So she's extremely vulnerable to this Nautilus crowd control, which is ridiculous, and then combo that with the Graves damage, and Ashe can actually get taken out really, really quickly. So she's going to have to be careful for the entire game that she doesn't get caught out of position. Not locked in yet, so it might still get swapped, but she has a little bit of protection. Alistar was locked in, and between Sejuani and Alistar, Ashe now has a very strong front line that can peel for her, that can protect her. The exhaust on Alistar obviously going to mitigate some damage, and this entire combination of everything is definitely going to be very interesting. So this bot lane is already a crazy matchup that has a lot of potential for going wrong on either side. Because a snowballing Graves is terrifying. He'll just tear everyone to shreds with his ridiculous AoE damage at burst. But Ashe, if fed, is still one of the strongest AD carries. And when played properly, with a new Hawkshot that works globally, is also extremely powerful. She can just provide so much utility and vision to the team that I'm going to be looking forward to seeing whether they can handle that properly. However, the team's obviously not completely fleshed out yet. There has to be more coming here, and it's going to be a Maokai, possibly locked in, and a Pantheon. Now, Pantheon is also extremely interesting. He is a super snowball jungler. If he gets a kill, or rather, he needs a couple kills early game, and they do lock him in, to really be effective. So if he can manage to get a couple of kills, snowball one of the lanes, and get his team ahead, he can definitely have a huge impact. He's also going to fall off a bit late because he's not going to build that Cinder Hulk. He's not going to be as healthy as, for example, the Sejuani, but it doesn't matter. They are just trying to get so far ahead in the early and mid game that all the tankiness that Sejuani might be able to build up doesn't matter because she's just going to die to all the damage that's going to be coming out. Maokai, the tank in the top lane, not really a surprise there, but if they pick this Bard up, that would be really interesting. It's still a hover for now, but that would definitely be a bit crazy. That would be a complete protect the Ashe combo with Nasus just free farming in the top lane and trying to get as big as possible. Pretty weird. I've seen Bard mid lane. He does have some surprising bursts. You definitely don't expect it, but it's a very odd and niche pick, and you have to work really, really well around that Bard ultimate then. So I'd be surprised. Vel'Koz does seem like the more sensible choice, although, same as Ashe, very, very immobile champion. And up against something like a Pantheon and a Graves and a Nautilus, they're going to have real trouble getting away from all that while dishing out some damage. However, if they get ahead, their damage is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Vel'Koz and Ashe, when fed with a strong front line like Alistar and Sejuani protecting them, is nearly unkillable. So the last pick here for Team 8 is going to be that Annie. That's going to be this mid laner, obviously, since we already have the Nautilus support. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. That just adds another explosive factor into the equation. If Annie can take out Vel'Koz a couple times, get ahead, get that AP built up, and can then one-shot the Ashe or the Vel'Koz right off the get-go with a beautiful Tibber stun, well, the fight's going to be pretty much over before it even started. And then with all the follow-up from a Maokai, from a Nautilus, you know, they can really get a team fight in their favor. I'm going to be looking forward to how this top lane plays out, because Maokai will have the bigger team fight, you know, effect. If he can get in there, get a snare down, get the arcane smash down, lock down priority targets, and just soak up damage for his team, that's definitely going to be more effective than a Nasus that can, you know, slow you once with a cripple and try and get that Spirit Fire on the ground for a little bit more wave clear. So, Maokai, bigger teamfight impact, but Nasus, when allowed to free farm and just stay top lane all game, can definitely be a huge threat split pushing wise and just draw attention constantly to that top lane. So definitely several very interesting matchups here, but honestly in the early game, it's all going to come down to the jungle pressure. Pantheon will want to go around. He'll want to get a kill left, a kill right, pick up the couple kills, get his Annie ahead because she's a beautiful snowball champion, Graves ahead because he does really, really well when he gets some early gold and is able to buy huge amounts of damage right off the get-go. So he's going to try, move around as much as possible, get the early ganks off, pick up a couple of kills, because otherwise he himself is also pretty useless. Oh yeah, if, you know, I mean, you probably wouldn't hear me if it is the case, but if you don't see or hear anything, reload the page and hope it gets better. It is still the usual hitbox stuff. Hitbox tends to be kind of funny. Yeah, so we've got about 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the spectator delay, and I'm actually going to grab some more water real quick, because I still want to survive the rest of the night, and since I'm alone and talking this entire time, I will be right back, and see you as soon as we start loading. Alright, so let's see how much longer we have. Only one guy is still stuck at 29%, and I will hope he gets up there quite quickly so we can start this off. Yeah, as we already talked about, two pretty interesting compositions with fairly different early game goals. Team 1 just wants to get through the early lane phase and have NASA survive as much as possible, get those kills, get those stacks, I mean, to really be a threat late game, with Alistar and Sejuani protecting Ashe and Vel'Koz from all the damage or ganks that could come out. Pantheon going to be looking to get those early ganks off, especially in mid and bot lane, against those low mobility champions. Ashe, Vel'Koz, very vulnerable, especially when they don't have a flash up, so the return ganks all the more terrifying. Once Pantheon's level 6, we'll be watching for that Grand Skyfall whenever he does have it up to try and get behind enemy lines, try and get those kills for his team so they can then snowball, then win the team. So we have more of a pick composition, really, from Team 8, with, you know, Maokai, Nautilus, Graves, Annie, and Pantheon, whereas Team 1 really wants to survive the lane phase and then dish out massive damage in the big team fights. Tends to be pretty interesting because the team fight composition, when they're allowed to do their thing, are devastating. When they're allowed to farm up, choose their team fights, set them up on their terms with all the vision in the world, and then, you know, get all the damage out when they're actually protected by their front line, that's huge. The enemy team, if too many picks come through, the team fight composition often gets overwhelmed. If they don't manage to set up the team fights before they happen, if they don't manage to get their vision down, then it's going to be extremely hard to really pull out wins from those. Or if they get flanked by a Pantheon and Ultimate and Maokai teleport. So a lot of things can go wrong for both sides here. So we're still waiting on Sejuani. She's really taking her time here, making me talk a lot. Don't always like that, because by now we've covered most of the things I can talk about. There isn't that much more to speculate until we actually go in and see what's going to happen. Yeah, Annie in mid lane. Terrifying, because she jumps on you, she stuns you, she does massive damage, and has an ignite with her. On the other side of Vel'Koz, only his flash to try and get away. The rest of the time he'll just look to safely clear waves, try and poke the Annie a bit so she's a bit more scared of the all-in, or maybe more susceptible to the Sejuani gank. Oh, we're in the game! So, screw me just talking useless stuff. Let me quickly rearrange all the icons, and we can actually see how the lanes match up, instead of me just wildly speculating about God knows what. And yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to what both of these teams can do. Timers are a bit weird in this game. It said 25 minutes on the top clock just now, but everyone's now in, and we're buying items, and we're moving on to the Rift, and we can see what's actually going to happen. You know what? I'm going to disable the chat, because that's actually really annoying during the game. At least I think so. It keeps bugging me when it keeps popping up whenever they buy an item. Because instead, I just prefer to talk and actually look at the things that are really happening in the game. Everyone bought their items except for Maokai. He's a tiny bit slow. Excuse me. Still looking at what to buy. Maybe AFK, getting the last drink, getting a beer so he can play better. But we see a pretty aggressive move here from Team 8. They're looking to get the invade on. Put the ward down, spot out a member. Can they kill the ward? Yes, they can. 10 gold here to Ashe. GG, well played. Gold advantage coming through. So we have the first pause. It's most likely so they can wait for Maokai to get in. And when he does get here, pretty sure we're actually going to be starting the game. So Sejuani took half an eternity to load into the game, and as soon as she's there, Maokai sadly isn't. But that doesn't give me much more to talk about. We are not going to have a lane swap. Very certain of that. We rarely do in mixed teams, just because they're incredibly hard to pull off properly. And if you mess up, you actually give up a lot more than you would have gotten had you executed it properly. So that's probably not going to happen. And instead, it really comes down to where the junglers start. Right now, both of them are in the bottom half of the map, but the question is one of the bot lanes going to be able to take a camp for themselves, get that early level 2, and then try to instantly just snowball an advantage? Because Alistar, when he does have the Headbutt Pulverize combination, is extremely scary. On the other side, a Nautilus that is even more tanky, has the shield and the hook to go in, and the slow, for all I care, is a lot scarier than someone who just has a hook. Going to be going back into the game. If neither bot lane gets a camp, they're most likely just going to look to fast push with those relic shields. They really help getting that early level 2 because they push the wave. However, now both teams have one, so it's most likely going to be somewhat of a stalemate. Annie and Pantheon recalled again because, you know, why not? And Maokai also going to start with the Crystalline Flask, looking to sustain in that top lane, on top of his passive that already really helps him. And for now, he's going to look to start on the Raptor camp. He's pretty late, though. It's already 1:30 and he doesn't even have a sapling down, so he's definitely going to have an issue. I'm pretty sure he's going to want Annie to help him with that, because otherwise he just takes way too long, takes way too much damage, and can't get to that top lane effectively before Nasus basically picks up so many minions at the top lane that it wasn't even worth taking the Raptor camp. For now, though, everyone's setting up quite normally. Cam spawn in 5 seconds. Vel'Koz gets the first poke down of the game. So not only is Ashe leading with 1 creep because she killed that ward, Vel'Koz already getting the damage out already. So both junglers, as we thought, starting on the bottom half of the map. Sejuani taking those Krugs and then moving on to her own red buff as Pantheon started with a Gromp and is moving to blue. Down in the bot lane, everyone's pushing happily, and Maokai, as I mentioned, will be taking down that Raptor cam. Still not quite done, going quite low actually. And then he's going to recall, teleport back up to the top lane with a couple more potions, and happily go on his way with that experience advantage. First couple trades in the bottom lane. Both of the supports going to be looking to make something happen for their AD carries. Set up those early kills, because with those, you know, obviously, the AD carry can do what the AD carry does best, which is carry a game. Early level 2 here, though, for Nautilus and Graves, and you can see them immediately trying to go in, but here's the mid-fight level 2 for Team 1. So Nautilus getting quite low, but a lot of damage traded back onto Ashe. Now they go into Graves, and the consecutive hits from Ashe are just so much more effective. So long trades right now really favor her, especially once she's level 3 and can get the focus in there as well. Continually getting shots off is really powerful. Now the knockback here onto Nautilus, they're trying to dish out a little bit more damage. The early exhaust onto Graves, they're really trying to force the issue. They're not going to get too much out of that one. So a lot of damage onto Nautilus, yes, but he's still a pretty tanky support. He's going to be happy just staying back for a little while in exchange for an exhaust. Now Pantheon here with a first early gank. Right when Nasus wants to put the ward down, that's most likely going to be first blood. Good job, well done. Flash not even necessary there for Maokai, and it's what I touched on in Champion Select. Pantheon wants the early kills, has the early kill pressure because he's so scary in the early game. Goes right up there, picks up the first kill of the game for his team. That's going to be very nice, also helping out Maokai a little bit. Maokai has to get kind of big fairly fast to be of use in the team fights. He wants to really get that Righteous Glory or a Rod of Ages, depending on which build he decides to go for, as fast as possible, and then already teleport down for the first dragon fight and help out his team there, leaving Nasus to free farm a little bit, yes, but if his team gets more out of it, you know, kills, objectives, that's totally worth it. Meanwhile, everyone else keeps farming. Ashe and Alistar, obviously because they chunked out Nautilus so hard, are going to be pushing for a little bit, trying to solidify that advantage, trying to make Graves miss a couple of creeps, and we'll see how well that works out. Alistar is thinking about the double headbutt pulverize combo, but can Ashe follow up? There's the headbutt, there's the pulverize, and they're doing a lot of damage onto Graves. There's no exhaust for Alistar anymore. Nautilus, however, does still have one, so a fairly even damage trade this time around. That puts Graves low as well. Now Pantheon gonna make the first move towards the bot lane. Can he get this gank off? He was spotted out by a ward. Here's a hook though from Nautilus. Pantheon had turned around, wanted to clear that ward. Now he didn't manage to clear it, and Nautilus just a bit too early, taking a little bit of damage. Slash, not even too early, but not optimal communication. Pantheon didn't want to go anymore after being spotted out, and Nautilus said, hey, let's do this, we can. Didn't use the exhaust though, so all is well in bot lane land. Vel'Koz is starting to poke this Annie quite nicely, and still staying fairly high on mana as well. That's really just mitigating her all-in potential. Good combination there. Annie extremely low, but meanwhile bot lane, a flash is forced from Nautilus as well. So Annie has to go back and flashed away from the Vel'Koz as well, who still has the barrier and his own flash. Annie should be having the bigger kill pressure in that lane, at least for the time being. As Nautilus drags in, and Alistar, that's extremely dangerous. That guy can just headbutt you. That's going to be the exhaust out of Nautilus. They're going to try to trade as much damage back as they can before they have to pull out. Good job. And pretty even game so far. Ashe with a slight CS advantage, obviously. Vel'Koz as well. Annie recalled? No, she didn't recall after all. I lied. She stayed in lane because she said, I can't miss that many CS, and another hook in the bot lane. That's going to force the flash the other way. These guys are really going at it all day, but Ashe out of mana can't provide too much support anymore. Sejuani now coming for a bot lane gank. It's Nautilus extremely low once again. He doesn't have a flash, he doesn't have an exhaust. He's vulnerable, but the stun comes down in mid lane. Barrier already popped the flash now as well, but the flash stun out of Pantheon is going to be even stronger. That's going to be another kill here for Pantheon before we're even at the 7-minute mark. He's making things happen exactly the way he wants to, getting a kill, not only for the top lane, well, an assist, not only for the top lane, but also for that mid lane. Only one missing now is bot lane, and he did try that one. Just didn't quite work out. Looks like he's going to go for the warrior enchant as well. Not a big surprise there, trying to get those combat stats in as fast as possible with that jungle item. See what he can make happen with that all over the map. And Ashe with 50 CS is going to have enough gold for a BF sword, is going to recall quite happily. And try to then force the advantage. Because Ashe with a BF sword, if she gets more than 2 hits on you, is really painful. And extremely fast at chunking you out of lane once again. So Nautilus gonna have to be a bit more careful than he was so far. He allowed himself to get hit quite a few times, especially by the headbutt pulverize combinations out of Alistar. He's gonna have to be careful. Meanwhile, Alistar though, Targon's Brace and a Ruby Crystal. No Sightstone, no wards. And Pantheon has already ganked mid and top lane successfully and looked at bot lane once. So they're going to completely rely on Ashe's Hawk shots and that Farside Orb combined with the Alistar warding trinket to keep complete vision of the bottom half of the jungle, to keep themselves safe from ganks. Pantheon though is level 6, he has the Grand Skyfall. He can just jump in right behind you. So that's quite risky, and I don't know if I agree with that. Generally Targon's Brace is a good early choice if you just want to, you know, share more lane minions, get that little bit of extra gold. But then you have to, instead of the Ruby Crystal, pick up a couple wards instead. Add a couple potions to that, you're still going to be sustained. You're still going to have vision of everything that you need to have vision of. On the other side, Nautilus opting instead to go full on for the Sightstone, looking to get that early vision down, also picking up a sweeper that can completely negate the trinket ward out of Alistar as well. So really going to look for Pantheon to try and gank that bot lane, because theoretically what Nautilus and Graves should be doing is tell Pantheon, hey, they don't have wards, hey, they're vulnerable, they can't really have vision of us, whatever we're doing. Pantheon for now though, seeing Sejuani towards the bottom half of the map, doing that Rift Scuttler. Crab goes over to steal a blue buff, beautifully done, good timing, but the Sejuani gank here in the mid lane, that's going to be the knockup, and he goes down. Vel'Koz picks up a kill. Alistar somehow getting an assist because he healed Sejuani in the jungle when she was doing the crab, and then she made it into mid lane fast enough to get that kill. Beautifully executed, perfect hit with the ultimate. Annie a little bit slow there, didn't have the flash up of course to dodge that, so not much she could do there. Very nice thing that Alistar still getting an assist on the back of that. Meanwhile, top lane, people are bashing one another, not a big surprise there. Spirit Visage almost coming out for Nasus already. He's going to be quite happy with that, really looking for the early cooldown reduction to stack a little bit faster, get to those 400 stacks when a Nasus is really scary, combined with a Sheen proc as soon as possible. And here comes the Grand Skyfall into the bot lane, beautifully comboed with that depth charge. Point blank arrow is not going to do too much. The collateral damage picks up the first kill. Now they're still chasing. Sejuani comes around. She doesn't really have any HP items yet, so she's going to go down extremely fast. Exhaust Wind onto Nautilus, not the optimal target, but a flash away from Sejuani keeps her safe. God, flash. Sejuani, names, you know, words, difficult at 2 in the morning. Either way though, that's going to be the first dragon of the game, most likely here for Team 8 after that well-executed gank in the bot lane. They have the advantage on the map, they have all the pressure they want to have, and can go for this objective quite easily. Going to be really happy with that one, providing a little bit of extra attack damage and ability power. Always nice to have. Not as effective in these early stages of the game as it is, you know, 30 minutes in. when you actually have some items behind that. But 6% of the F-Sword 80 already quite strong. As another flash is forced in mid. Pantheon really making this work. He's moving all over the map. He's quite quick despite not having mobility boots and getting those ganks off. 2-0-1 already. Speaking of ganks, there's one in the top. No ultimate. There is an ultimate for Sejuani actually, but for now she's not even using that. They're just going at it very slowly, very safely. Don't want to burn that if they don't have to, but that's going to allow Maokai to flash. Now they're still going to burn that ultimate, and Nasus flashes underneath the turret to pick up the kill. Well done. That's a beautiful 2-3 now. Dead on even in gold, but the dragon advantage over to Team 8. However, being dead on even in gold when you're down a kill means you're farming better. So, Nasus, up 14 CS, not too big a surprise there, but definitely doing very well for himself. And Ashe up about 7 in the bot lane. They had the early pressure advantage after chunking Nautilus out, did get ganked, so Graves is going to be very happy that he had some time to come back in that lane. I like the fact that Ashe is actually going for the Bloodthirster. It's something we've seen recently, and because of her passive, Ashe isn't as forced as other AD carries to itemize heavily into that Infinity Edge and really spend that much gold. Good knockback by Alistar trying to get Nautilus into the tower. There was still a minion there to tank, so not going to get too much out of that one, sadly. What I wanted to say, Ashe isn't forced to go into the Infinity Edge as heavily as other AD carries, and due to that, is able to get a lot more attack damage, and the shield, here's the barrier in mid lane, as Vel'Koz is trying to survive the Annie. Annie flashes forward, that's going to be a kill, good stun, and Sejuani's not going to be able to keep her underneath the turret. Instead, Pantheon comes around, picks up a kill, that's going to be his third of the game, and he's also keeping up with Sejuani, so a huge impact here in the early game. Ashe going very wide, way too late on that one. So now the bot lane fight starts again. Nautilus getting this snare down onto Ashe, and the collateral damage does so much damage that Ashe really didn't have any chance to react. Now they also want Alistar, and Nautilus picking up that one after his flash underneath the turret. So well executed bot lane fights here, and time and again. Graves and Nautilus are making it happen, once with the help of Pantheon, but even the rest of the time, they're getting the better fights on. Alistar and Ashe tend to be over-aggressive. This has happened a couple times now. They were looking for the fight, go over-aggressive, actually lose out on the trade, and then a couple seconds later, when Graves and Nautilus say, hey, okay, we're strong now, we've got our ultimates, they take them out. So Graves is now 2-0-1, and that's going to be very devastating. He already is well on his way to the Infinity Edge, has 1,560 gold. That's going to be the completed Infinity Edge if he wants to, which he does right now. And now he has an even bigger lead. Plus, they got the first tower of the game down in the bot lane. Top lane, however, not going quite as nicely for this top lane just yet. Sejuani going to be looking to turn that even more in Team 1's favor, getting that Nasus ahead even more. That's going to be their power point for this game. Is wow, the Vel'Koz damage is a little bit too much. Don't think Annie was expecting that. However, they have spotted out Sejuani in their jungle. They're going to want to make something happen here. Graves is coming around, and I don't think Sejuani can deal with that. However, Vel'Koz is there as well to provide some backup. Dash over the wall. Sejuani's safe. Here comes the Ashe arrow. Narrowly misses. That was very close, but the Nautilus hook, that one hits, and the exhaust comes down as well. Beautiful Sejuani ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Flash forward from Graves will secure him another kill. Now Sejuani has to try and get out of this one, but that is not going to work. Another 2 kills now over to Team 8. They've got 9 in this game, 3,000 gold almost in the lead. A dragon and a tower too. Gonna maybe lose the one in the bottom lane as Ashe is chunking away at that one. Trying to get something back for her team is Graves and Nautilus. Taking down the tower in the bot lane, start to roam all over the map. And if this is allowed to keep going, I don't think it'll be very long before we see Team 8 actually taking down the inner turrets and then the Nexus after that. Interesting tidbit, Annie going for that Luden's Echo, despite it being nerfed quite heavily. Many people actually stopped favoring it now, but Ashe, you are in a lot of trouble. Yes, maybe you could 1v1 Graves, but you're not going to be able to 1v2. The depth charge is going to secure your fate. The CC is just too much, and she stayed out for far too long farming. She's got a CS lead, but she's also got 3 deaths. Finally has that Bloodthirster though, so a little bit of advantage in that. Oh, Annie, you're in a lot of trouble. You got knocked out. Where's that ultimate from Vel'Koz? Actually, doesn't even need it. Flashes for the kill. The ultimate was on cooldown for just like 3 more seconds. Does not needed. Despite Tibbers going down, Vel'Koz getting the 1v1 kill here against Annie. And even though Team 8 is making the better team rotations and getting those team kills, Team 1 just have, you know, the solo kills, which really help them out. Now another fight here. Vel'Koz with a huge amount of damage. This time around, he does have his ultimate, and that's going to be 2 quick kills before the teleport can even come in. And Sejuani saved her life for a little bit longer. Now that's going to be Graves taking her out, and Vel'Koz has to be very careful here that he doesn't go down. Heal being used by Graves keeps him alive a little bit longer. In the backside, Nasus has now teleported down as well, and he was already winning the top lane skirmishes against Maokai. He's definitely going to be winning these not even in lane fights as well. Are they going to go for the tower dive? It does look like it. They get a lot of crowd control down, but with a flash from Maokai, he's going to be safe. And I hope my neighbors don't come knocking, because I'm too loud. Who knows? If it does happen, I'll likely say, "Hey, doorbell," and vanish real quickly. And then come back a couple seconds later. Then start whispering. Either way, after that beautiful episode here, with that river fight, that went very, very well for Team 1, mainly because it was badly concerted from Team 8. They're going to pick up the dragon. Team 8 was disconnected, disjointed in their engagement of that fight. They had 2 people walking in, Alistar and Nautilus. Not Alistar. Alistar's on the other team. Nautilus and Pantheon way too early and by themselves, really, because Annie wasn't back from base yet. She had just died. So with very little backup, they walked right into what you could almost call a trap, where they got taken out by Vel'Koz before the fight even really started. The Maokai teleported, but by the time he got there, it was already all done. And then Sejuani managed to survive so long by dashing into the dragon pit that Graves had to go finish her off. By that time, Vel'Koz was able to come around all that way down to the dragon pit himself, pick up that kill as well. So overall, very well played here for Team 1. The first real good team fight we have seen out of them. And it puts them now at 7, 2-11 in kills, 1-1 in dragons, still 1-2 down in towers, and that Annie burst is gonna be too much. That is just the danger of that little girl with her panda bear. This is now Alistar. Couldn't really do anything after that anymore. And this is going to be the issue, that Vel'Koz and Ashe are going to have the entire game. They are vulnerable to the flash Tibbers engages. They don't have any real protection aside from Alistar if he's right next to you, or the Sejuani if she's right next to you. But that's not always going to be the case. They're not always going to be there to help. And now Pantheon thinks about going top, but we also have an engagement in the mid lane. At least they're thinking about it. But Sejuani getting crowd controlled so much. The depth charge coming out onto Ashe. Beautiful knockback onto Graves, though. That gets him into tower range. That's going to be the kill there. Meanwhile, Nasus still surviving top lane. Kill going to come out onto Pantheon. He's going to make it out of tower safely as well. So a lot of pressure top lane. And overall, a 1-for-1 exchange on the map. But so much pressure just forced in mid that nobody else could help top. And with 2 people there, they get that kill, they get that tower, at least a lot of damage on it. You know, Maokai still chunking away before Vel'Koz can even get there. So another episode like that, and that's going to be another tower. Now Maokai, though, flashes a little bit late, got hit by all the crowd control, gives up another kill. Vel'Koz getting quite scary. But what does the most scary member on your team do if he gets crowd controlled and shot down like a dog on the highway by an angry Annie? What I want to see from Annie now is getting a distortion on enchantment on her boots, because the main way she's going to be taking people out is flash on top of them, Tibbers, stun, bring out all that burst together with the Luden's Echo to then, you know, pick up the kill. And if she manages to do that on the Vel'Koz especially, the fight is pretty difficult to win all of a sudden for Team 1, because they're lacking their main carry. Without the 6-4-1 Vel'Koz, they've only got the 1-3-1 Ashe. That's not going to be as powerful as this by now 5-2-2 Graves, who's by the way done a great job of getting all these kills in the last couple fights. That's really helped them out. Also, of course, all the bot lane kills that Nautilus and Graves got onto Ashe and Alistar, really helping them, and a big factor why they're going to have the advantage here in the early stages of the game. Pantheon coming down to the bot lane once again. The knockups and the crowd control already there onto Ashe. Pantheon, though, getting taken out extremely quickly. Doesn't really have any HP whatsoever. But the Tibbers going to finish up the first kill. Meanwhile, top lane, they're both slapping one another. Nothing too much going to happen there. But as Sejuani comes down to bot, she's trying to turn this fight around. Slowed up again. Nautilus is going to get hit up by the ultimate. But that's a Sejuani ult for just one member. And see that any damage. Getting half HP, Vel'Koz flashes forward, gonna get the knockup as well, and with his ultimate, that's gonna be a double kill for him. Quite happy with that result. So 3 for 1 exchange actually in favor of Team 1. So definitely making some good progress here. Really getting some work done. More kills onto Vel'Koz, which is always good because he does more damage, which helps your team in team fights, but it's also still dangerous to have all your fedness, all your kills, all your gold on that one champion, because when Andy takes him out, you've got very, very little left. Now, Alistar has to manage to get out of this one. I don't think he can. Where's that collateral damage? There it is. Not even used because it's still on cooldown. Still getting that kill. Well done. Graves picks up another one. So Graves by now has to be really content with himself, 6-2-3, building those Phantom Dancers already. And once he has got all that attack speed in there, he's going to be very, very scary to deal with. Then Team 1 has to start splitting the focus between mid lane and bot lane. So far they've really focused on the Annie more, that's why she has 4 deaths. But now they have to respect the Graves. They can't leave him alone. And yes, they've got well, 2 engaged tools, really, or 3. They've got the Sejuani ultimate, they've got Alistar who can go in with the Headbutt Pulverize combination, and then they've got the Ash Arrow, which is always a nice long-range tool if it hits, which isn't really easy to do. It's fairly easy to dodge, especially when people have flash up. Gonna try nonetheless, and what I like to see here, or what I like seeing, actually, is the early Black Cleaver on Pantheon. They've got fed Graves already, and Pantheon, especially with his E, is able to very easily get those Black Cleaver stacks on a target. That much armor shred will just help Graves that much more, and it's okay that he doesn't have Last Whisper yet, because he's getting all that armor reduction through the help of Pantheon anyway. Plus it gives Pantheon a huge amount of cooldown reduction, extra HP, and, you know, extra damage. So Pantheon very, very happy with that one for himself. Annie also going for the instant death cap. She knows that if she's getting focused, she's going to die anyway. So not going for the Zanyas, not going for the careful build, just saying it's all or nothing. Getting that death cap, even more damage, even more burst to try and take out Vel'Koz right off the bat, and then run out again. So that's going to be her game plan. Now Dragon is up. Nasa's up in top lane. Does have teleport. There is the teleport already. That's pretty early. And Graves actually taking a lot of dragon damage. Nautilus face tanking that Ash Arrow. He's going to go down for his trouble. Still gets down the ultimate, but it's really too little too late now. Great focus onto Ash, but she's still going to survive for a long, long time. And that just lets Vel'Koz put out all the damage. He was completely left alone. Annie not able to get anything in there. Flashing forward, but not even getting the Tibbers down. She got completely annihilated and denied. Her entire combo couldn't go out because, yeah, she was dead just that fast. Nautilus getting hit by the Ash Arrow was bad luck, but after that, teammate had to pull out. They couldn't really take that fight anymore. They had to just back off and play it careful. Give up 1 dragon. It's not that bad. You're only down 1-2 then. But here comes a dive, actually, past the tier 1 turret. They haven't even taken it down. Guys, come on, it's still hitting you. That gives a free kill over to Maokai, who flashes out. Flash after from Nasus is going to get that 1 kill down at least. And now he's just going to walk away because Nasus is very, very tanky already. Pulling that around with us. $10-4-4 on Vel'Koz. That's a scary guy. And Annie by now, only 3-5-3 after dying there again in that fight. Only got 5 deaths. Already got 5 deaths, so not the best of times for her. Not getting that Timbers down really, really hurt. At least now she's got that distortion enchantment, so the cooldown on her flash is going to be reduced, gives her more options to engage, gives her more options to win. Yeah, that's definitely going to be what she wants to do. We'll see whether she's actually able to. Because at this point, it looks pretty difficult. The problem is, teammate has a pick composition. They want to get a pick before the big team fight starts, and then go in with that Grand Skyfall, with that Nautilus, and make the team happen after that. But they're not allowed to, simply because Team 1 is forcing these team fights whenever they have a chance. And in the team fights, they're going to be the stronger ones, despite having a Nasus rather than the team fight Maokai. So far, anyway, it's worked very well for them. Also, another sight stone on Sejuani, really getting that vision down all over the place. Trying to keep tabs on the entire enemy team. Right now, we've got a bit of a slower phase. This dragon was taking. The outer turrets are all gone except for the top one, which isn't really too surprising. Nasus hasn't really been shoving all too much. He's 20 CS ahead because he freezes the lane a lot. He's already stacking up quite nicely, over 400 already, I believe. So yeah, bonus damage on Q is already at 420. 420 and all that. Welcome to Nasus. Is now... Oh, the headbutt pulverize actually fails in the mid lane. Doesn't matter, the follow-up wouldn't have been there anyway. But Team 1, 4 members in the mid lane, which is a bit odd, because they leave, you know, Pantheon and Graves free farming bot lane. But that's going to be a juicy, juicy wave for Ashe to pick up. 155, definitely going to be looking to get as much gold from just farming minions as she can. Sejuani now, together with Alistar in the spot lane, and Pantheon in a bit of a bad situation, completely left alone. We'll see whether they can stop the recall. He actually cancelled it. God, words. Himself, which forces him to flash, and now Vel'Koz could come around from the other side, but at the end of the day, Annie was there as well. Nautilus was there as well, letting Pantheon escape unscathed. Everyone goes back to farming. 30 minutes into the game. No clear advantage yet. But considering that the advantage early was almost 3,000 gold in favor of Team 8, right now, them being behind 500 gold is actually quite huge for Team 1. They've really been making things happen the last 10 minutes, turning the game around for themselves on a lot of fronts at the same time. A couple good fights, just need Vel'Koz to stay safe, which is why he also doesn't pick his Zhonya's, because he says, you know, I'm going to get annihilated in the Annie stun duration. No point in trying to Zhonya's when you don't have time to Zhonya's. So instead, he also goes for more damage, tries to blow Annie up before she manages to blow him up. Worked very well in the last team fight. We'll see whether they can do it again as another Grand Skyfall comes down. They want to focus on that Vel'Koz, but the disengage definitely there this time. The Ash Arrow completely whiffs, doesn't hit anyone. Nasus doesn't have his TP right now, so the timing itself was very good from Team 8. They just didn't manage to land the crucial abilities, and Maokai not getting a snare off on anyone, Pantheon not getting a stun after his Grand Skyfall, didn't have his flash to follow the Vel'Koz, get that stun down there. So everyone backs off, and Nasus gets to free push top, which gives him another tower. He's going to be extremely happy with his development. And now Graves recalls, which really gives a lot of pressure over to Team 1 once again. They're definitely the ones making the moves here, and Team 8 are trying to react. They're just a little bit slower, a little bit off every time. That time as well, Annie not getting the Tibbers down immediately, let Vel'Koz reaction flash, nobody gets hit up by that Tibbers, nobody gets stunned, and then they turn around, get a first kill, and now they're going to dive for that Pantheon as well. Ashe getting hit by the depth charge, that's going to mitigate a lot of damage. And Alistar kind of left alone behind enemy lines. Vel'Koz going to tank up the tower to let him escape. Meanwhile, top lane, nothing really going to happen on that front. But now Team 1 still sticking around for the tower. They've won that fight, essentially, forced everyone back to base. And despite having very low HP bars, they get what they came for. 17 to 17 now, 4 towers to 3. They've managed to grab the advantage they were looking for the entire time. And it's so unfortunate, because Team 8 are trying. And they're trying to get that Annie stun in there. They're trying to get the Pantheon jumps behind the enemy team. They're trying to get the Maokai flanks. But it's just not working because of little timing errors. Because they're a little bit too slow, a little bit too quick. The calls aren't synchronized, which is obviously often a problem with, you know, randomized teams. But they really have to worry now. They have this early game jungler that's going to get really, you know, weak towards late, because that's just what Pantheon does. I mentioned this in Champion Select. He doesn't scale as well into the late game as Sejuani does, simply because he doesn't build health, which is the big thing for junglers these days. There's a reason the tank junglers are good right now. It's because everyone wants to team fight, and towards late game, team fight tanks are more important than that little bit of extra damage. Still, due to good recall timings and good, you know, map rotations, second dragon here for Team 8, delaying that 5th dragon for Team 1 even more. 2-2 in that objective count now. Very well done. Definitely getting a little bit of something back for themselves here. Nasus, I mean, he's always going to be a monster late game. and he's been allowed to farm quite happily for quite a while now, over 500 stacks. So he's going to be very devastating to an Annie or a Graves. The attack speed reduction not as hard hitting on a Graves as it would be, for example, on an Ashe or something like that, as Vel'Koz gets caught a little bit, but that Face of the Mountain Shield is quite nice, and then they get the Ashe arrow onto Pantheon. Here comes a re-engage. Annie, beautifully done with the collateral damage. They pick up the first. Vel'Koz, no option to get out of that. Grand Skyfall into the back from Pantheon. This is exactly what Team 8 wanted. Here is Nasus, though. He's trying to make something happen. Pantheon picks up one more. Double kill for him as Graves is getting run down by that Nasus. Pantheon gonna pick up a triple, and Graves made it out of everything. Nasus just not able to get to his target, getting kited around by all the slows, by all that front line of Nasus. Here he tries to get in again, but once more he gets hooked in by the Nautilus, and that's gonna be a clean, no, almost clean ace for Team 8. What a team fight. Exactly what they needed. A little bit of overcommitment from Team 1 onto a single target. They saw, hey, we can get Annie. We can get Pantheon, or rather, we can get Pantheon. After that hook, Vel'Koz takes a step too far. Annie comes from the side. Beautiful Tibbers this time, perfectly executed. Graves with all his AoE damage and that collateral damage across it, picks up the kill, and that's going to be the Baron for Team 8. It looked so bad over the last 15 minutes for them. They were losing all the advantages they had gained over the early part of the game. And then they have one good team fight and they're right back in it. Exactly what I meant when I said, you know, having all your kills on Vel'Koz is quite dangerous. He's 11, 5, and 4 and is a really good carry as long as he survives. This time he didn't, so the team fight went bad. See what happens next time, whether he can survive then. At least the wave clear isn't bad. Nasus is a bit slow at wave clearing, but he's very consistent at it. He'll just keep pushing back that top lane wave, no problem whatsoever. For the rest of the lanes, Vel'Koz and Ashe are going to have not too difficult a time of pushing back the minion waves. Team 8 now looking to go down the mid lane, try to solidify their advantage there. 33 minutes into the game, they want to pick up the first inner turret of the game for themselves, and they have a pretty good chance with Baron, you know, that's going to really, really help you. Waiting for Pantheon to get there, all the ultimates up for Team 8. They can try to tower dive. They do have the crowd control to theoretically make that kind of thing work, but they have to be extremely careful because as soon as they don't insta-gib the Vel'Koz, they're in a lot of trouble and just gonna give up that Baron buff. So now Nasus has made his way over to the mid lane. Top lane now pushing in favor of Team 1. They're not going to have to deal with that one for quite a while. We see what this Vel'Koz wave clear is able to do with that blue buff. He just spams out his abilities and keeps those minions at bay. That's definitely going to be quite good for them. Pantheon now moving down to bot, trying to get that wave going. Can of course always join in with the Grand Skyfall, at least for a portion of the map distance. Right now, that Baron buff from Team 8 not really doing too much, and it's not got that much left on it. Only about, you know, a minute remaining. They're still trying to siege on this mid lane, but they don't even dare get close, simply because of all the crowd control that an Alistar Sejuani can bring. You know, a good Sejuani ultimate will really just deny the team fight potential completely, and once Annie is dead, there's really not too much more that Team 8 can do either, because then their main crowd control burst onto Vel'Koz is gone, and when they can't take you out, Vel'Koz, we've seen what happens. They all die. Ashe has now moved down to the bot lane to deal with the Pantheon, which is not the best matchup, because Pantheon should actually be able to do quite well against Ashe if he's not too far behind already. That Ashe arrow hits him right in the face, and he's going to try and get that kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, the first one was picked up. Maokai being taken down. The exhaust is onto Annie as well, and Pantheon has died bot lane. Nautilus has died mid lane, and that's already 3 people down. 21 to 22. They're behind in kills, but they're making the things happen against the Baron buff. Successful defense from Team 1, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat again. They could just take out the top inner tower if that's what they want to do, or just push down onto the mid inhibitor, because Nasus, the way he is right now, is going to be an absolute tower killer. 1 Q from him, and the tower should lose a decent chunk of health once he does stop tanking. Here we go. Boom! About a third of the HP almost gone with a single Nasus hit. First inhibitor of the game going to go down now at about 36 minutes into the game. And once again, Team 8, they do a couple of good things, and then they mess up once. They didn't get away from the engage from Team 1. Pantheon lost the 1v1 to Ashe, which isn't really supposed to happen. Your split pusher is supposed to be the one that wins himself. And now they're going to lose the top inner, the bottom inner, so 3 turrets plus an inhibitor off the back of that mid lane engagement. Here now they're trying to return the favor. Flash forward from Nautilus. He's trying to get the crowd control onto the important targets, but all they're able to get are Nautilus and Sejuani, and those guys are really just too tanky for them. Yes, they can try to focus everything onto that Alistar, but you see what happens. He just jumps onto Pantheon. He gets taken out. Now they turn around. Beautiful Sejuani ultimate. Comboed with that Vel'Koz. Damage just across everyone. Good Ash Arrow to finish everything off. That's 4 kills, and Graves limping away with less than 100 HP. That's most likely going to be his second inhibitor, and I wouldn't be surprised if they even managed to end the game just because of the 1-by-1 spawn timers and the way that Team 8 have been fighting these engages. They've always gone for the all or nothing, and it's just not quite worked out for them. So 2 inhibs down, and that's going to make it extremely hard for Team 8 to still really do anything this game. Do keep on pushing. With Nasus, of course, they can take down these towers extremely fast. We talked about that earlier, and we can see the first one is dead. Graves, meanwhile, getting caught by the knockups. That's going to be him, most likely going down. No, Vel'Koz actually going the wrong way. They still managed to pick up the kill with the last Ash Arrow, and that's going to be the game. Then Nexus is exposed, depth charge onto Alistar. He's in the middle of the game, middle of the air for the grand finishing blow, and that's going to be victory here for Blue Team, Team 1. And the first game of the night, and they're going to move on to the next round to fight the winner of Team 4 and Team 5, which don't actually know who it is yet. But as soon as we do know, we're going to try and get that game spectated and cast as well. So I'm going to take a quick break, because else my voice is going to die, and I like giving my neighbors, you know, every second of time of peace and quiet that they can get. So I'll be right back, and putting on some music again. See you in a second.
Welcome to Windberg.
5th day of July, in the year 2050, I, Lady Gillespie, am proud to present to you Toothless Hawkins and his robot jazz band. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Alright, let's go for Game 2 of tonight's daily tournament. And of course, we're watching Team 1 again since they just won. They've moved into the semifinals now, and they're going to be up against Team 4 this time. So they're on the blue side again, and they've already started banning Rengar and Victor. Rengar must be a target ban. Barely anyone really plays him these days, so I'd be very surprised if they just regularly banned that. We also didn't see it last game, so that one just taken off the board there. Victor, the next one, we've seen him a lot lately, actually, in the mid lane, quite a few times. He's generally pretty scary, will push out a lot of damage once he gets ahead a little bit. Gragas, the last ban from the blue side, one of those high impact junglers, and with Sejuani banned away from red side, obviously Rek'Sai going to be the first pick here for the jungler. That's basically all we have these days. Those three really exchange the power place, and now I'm very interested to see what the red team picks up here. Not really much left, so now you have to go for the pocket picks in the jungle. You can go Lee Sin, you can still get something like a Jarvan, stuff like that. But of course, Nautilus and Alistar banned away. Those are probably actually target bans onto the side of Team 1, getting those support picks away. And of course, they're the support picks that have a lot of impact lately as well. Those tanks really going in there and having a huge impact towards the late game with all the crowd control they bring to the table. Now with Thresh being picked away, that also opens up a very interesting pick phase for Team 1, where they have to choose, well, what support are we going to pick? A lot of them still left open. Oh, it's actually going to be the Annie. They threw me for a loop. Now, those hovers confusing me here. Together with the Hecarim. Hecarim top lane, also quite a common sight lately. Interestingly enough, most of the time with an Ignite, rather than the Smite. At least for now. Everything can still change. But that's always been, you know, a very, very interesting thing to watch. Some people play it this way, some people play it the other way. He's still changing the summoners now. And you guys can see them anyway, so I shouldn't be talking about that. But he's still changing them around the entire time. Trying to confuse me. Now, Kalista is being hovered over, and last game she was banned. So, Team 1 not getting to play her there, and she is an incredibly scary AD carry, able to jump around the entire time, dodge those skill shots, and then of course now with a Thresh, you've got the classic catch-22 of the bot lane. When you're against a Kalista, she has that Fate's Call to save her support from any kind of trouble he gets into. So you want to focus Kalista instead. But then there's a Thresh. And when there's a Thresh, he can save his AD carry with a Lantern. Unless, you know, you stand right on top of that or crowd control the AD carry so long that he can't click it. In which case he would have died anyway. So you want to focus the Thresh. So now you want to focus Kalista on the one hand and focus Thresh on the other. Which one do you actually go for in the end? I don't know. They probably don't know either because... you know, you just have to pick one and go for it, and hope that you're going to be able to take them out before they can be saved by their respective other lane partner. Now the hovers here for Team 4, again a Pantheon, which would be really odd, and they actually do lock it in, so Pantheon apparently lately really been a big pick, and they're still changing away from that Corki, at least to an Ezreal for now. Will lock in the Ezreal too, so a lot of poke damage there, very interesting. Together with the Annie, who is more of an all-in champion, but it can work beautifully, especially when you poke someone down first and then go for the Annie stun, picking up an easy kill in that bot lane. I mean, easy kill against Kalista and Thresh is pretty weird thing to say, but at least Annie has a point-and-click stun when she does it right, when she chooses the right ability. So that can definitely help against Kalista. Now the last two picks here for Team 1 might be Echo and Vladimir. That would certainly stack them on AP damage. Doesn't matter because Echo is a fucking friggin' beast lately. Oops. And Vladimir is scary in every team fight anyway. Especially towards the late game. He scales incredibly well. He does massive team fight damage. Whenever he does manage to stack a couple Tides of Blood and then get that ultimate out there as well, the Hemo Plague. So basically with those picks alone, especially even if it's Azir, they're gonna lock in the Azir. Vladimir still hovered, definitely gonna lock that one in as well. This is an incredibly powerful teamfight composition from Team 1, which they already did last game. They were better in the team fights throughout the entirety of the last game, and it looks like they're gonna be trying a similar composition here, where they're just gonna, from the mid game onwards, dictate when and where the fights will be happening, and just come out ahead simply because they're superior at that decision making and shot calling. Team 4 on the other hand now have to figure out what do they send into the mid lane against an Azir. We've seen a lot of LeBlancs in the LCS in that matchup, but now that LeBlanc has been nerfed, not gonna see that one. We've seen a couple Aris, who actually do really well against Azirs generally, but they're going to score in that one and pick up the Syndra instead. Another power matchup there. Syndra definitely got a lot of burst, definitely has a lot of power behind her, but Azir picks up something like a barrier or a heal even that can mitigate a lot of damage already. Vladimir's not going to care about that Syndra ultimate. He can just pool it and get away from that. Same goes for the Annie, really. Whenever Vladimir manages to pool before you can kill him, you've already half lost the fight. Especially if he also has Zhonya's. It is so annoying to deal with Vladimir that has Puddle and Zhonya's, because he'll just be invulnerable twice over, basically. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see Vladimir diving Hecarim fairly early on his own. He'll get pressured out for the first couple levels, but as soon as a Vladimir hits level 7 to 9, he's almost unkillable, just because of all that sustain in lane. Well, 1v1 unkillable. There's still a Pantheon in this game who is always a threat, especially since Vladimir, aside from that flash and aside from the blood pool, doesn't have anything else to let himself escape. So he's going to be quite vulnerable for the top lane ganks. Azir obviously has the dash to his soldiers. On top of that flash and barrier, he should be fairly safe. And on bot lane, we've got the typical Thresh Kalista thing. Early game, definitely focus on Thresh, since Kalista can't save Thresh just yet until level 6. So I want to see Pantheon here. Same thing as last game. Make those early game impacts. Get those first couple kills in there to try and snowball his Annie, to try and snowball his Ezreal, Hecarim, and Syndra. All of these guys really dangerous. The one thing that worries me about Team 4 is they're fighting against a teamfight composition, but have extremely little tank line. Pantheon is super squishy in the late game. We saw what just happened in the last one. He'd jump in and instantly get annihilated. Just because he doesn't build Cinder Hulk, he doesn't build any HP, so he's going to get killed very, very fast. And then Hecarim, he can't just build tank from the get-go, and he doesn't have a smite either, so he's not going to be going for that Cinder Hulk. That's going to make it even more difficult than it already is for Team 4 to compete with Team 1's game plan. I'm definitely scared here for Team 4 and for the way they're going to be able to fight out these team fights and fight out these skirmishes and engagements throughout the entirety of the game. So all of that being said and talked about, we've got about 1.5 minutes remaining on the delay timer, and because I'm actually out of water, we'll go AFK real quick, get myself some more, and then join you again as soon as we're loading into the game. made it into the game, guys. We're ready for game 2 tonight. Still no neighbors knocking on my door, so everything's still completely fine. And I'll get these champion rearranged real quick before everyone goes out onto the rift. And then we can see who manages to pick up this second game of the night. It is, of course, already the semifinal. Only 3 games per bracket A. And most likely going to see pretty standard stuff. Vladimir, obviously, starting with an Amp Tome and a Potion. Doesn't have mana, doesn't have to care about any of that. Although the Amplification Tome is actually interesting, you see a lot of Vladimirs picking up the Doran's Shield first to get that extra sustain, to get that extra defense against whatever the enemy might throw at him. And then the rest of the items, very standard. Annie with that Spell Thieves Edge, and Thresh, of course, with a Relic Shield. Actually, lately, you've seen a couple Threshes pick up the Ancient Coin as well, just because of the way that the gold distribution was buffed now, that you get 5 gold, especially on tier 2 of the support item, for every minion that your AD carry last hits, and 4 for every minion that he even misses. So you get a ridiculous amount of free gold just passively over time, and combine that with the only 40-second cooldown on Talisman of Ascension, you get to be real quick all the time. So that's really, really nice, and I like that this item is making a resurgence. Not this time, though. Thresh going for that Relic Shield, going for the early boosted stats in the lane. Definitely going to be nice, because Annie is super squishy. She does have a long auto attack range, she does have a stun and a lot of burst damage, but if Thresh and Kalista manage to get the jump on her and manage to take her out right off the get-go, there's a lot of potential here for Kalista to snowball this game out of control very, very quickly. My matchup to watch, though, is this game, definitely the mid lane, because last game we saw Vanish is on his... oh! They swapped roles! They're not allowed to do that. That confuses me. Vanish's last game was the Vel'Koz mid. This time around, he's actually the Kalista in the AD carry position. So that's also a little crazy tidbit. We'll see how well that works out. Definitely looking forward to that one, though. He's the highest ranked player on Team 1, and was definitely the carry on his Vel'Koz last game. Now I'm going to see whether he can do that this game as well. And he has that stun charge, so it's quite risky to go this far forward. The flay down, a lot of damage on her already. She's not using that stun. She doesn't really want a good return onto Thresh, who obviously is already forced to use his first potion. Sekram tries to get the first couple pokes down, already level 2. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, that's not going to do too much. Now Pantheon down in the bottom lane for an early gank, and Kalista here getting stunned up by the flash from Annie. Now the exhaust is already down onto Pantheon. That's going to be a flash away from Kalista. The hook from Thresh is going to slow down Ezreal, and then he flashes himself. That wasn't even level 2 from Ezreal and Annie, but that gank still forced 2 flashes in exchange for the flash and exhaust from Annie, but definitely still, I'd say, worth the while. Also getting the exhaust out of Thresh, of course. So, first gank here by the Pantheon. Well done. And now he has the option to come back to that bot lane very early on to make even more happen. For now, though, he's going to meet Rek'Sai in the jungle. Still level 2, while Rek'Sai's level 3, so she does a lot of damage to him. Where's that knockup? Another Prey Seeker comes in, not getting the Unburn knockup, though, in time. And Azir not able to be there in time to provide any follow-up whatsoever. So both sides just going to happily keep farming. Now Rek'Sai, though, with a return into the mid lane, getting the flash out of Syndra and still having the knockup. So a huge amount of damage put out there, and a good flash by Syndra to barely keep herself alive. Flash is being forced left and right here by both of these junglers, trying to get the early game impact that really gets their team ahead. Neither one managing to do it, though. Just burning summoner spells for the time being. Top lane is most likely going to be farm fest for the early stages of the game anyway. Vladimir just looking to sustain through all of the damage that Hecarim can do. And then at some point just start pushing him out of the lane with a constant harass. Here goes Kalista once again, trying to get that damage down. Stun onto Thresh, not going to be doing too much. Ezreal down to just over 300 HP. Interesting thing, Rek'Sai still not recalling, despite already having the second buff. still going to do the Rift Scuttler first before even going back, while Pantheon recalled before even doing his red buff. So he's going to have the item advantage, but be a little bit slower in his jungle timing. In exchange, though, that red buff will just last a little bit longer. Vladimir now a little bit more aggressive. Did get a lot of poke damage down onto Hecarim as well, so they might think about the dive up top lane. Vladimir can reset that tower aggro with his Sandrian pool, and he's already doing a lot of damage. A little bit of health sustain on Hecarim, but Rek'Sai says, no thank you very much. This is way too risky. Pantheon might come around. I'm going to get the hell out of here. Now Pantheon is coming top lane, and Timo the Tito on this Vladimir might have to pay some attention, because there goes Pantheon with a red buff. Doesn't get the stun down. Beautifully done by Vladimir, but where does he go from here? Tries to flash away. Is it going to be enough? Because Rek'Sai was able to come back, was able to be around. Good little bit of damage. The sustain is there from Vladimir. Huge amount of damage onto Pantheon. He might actually have to be careful that he doesn't get taken out. Another Prey Seeker lands, and now Pantheon with just about 250 HP forced out of the gank. So good timing there by Rek'Sai to be around. Still forcing the flash from Vladimir. So definitely still a pretty successful gank, I'd say, for the top lane. Still no kills, though. No first blood. 6 minutes into the game, despite of all the jungle action that we've seen. First CS leads developing, though, at least in the bot lane. Just 6 right now. That can snowball quite quickly, especially with the Kalista. And they're trying to zone, and he's managed to get all of her HP back, but Ezreal is quite low on mana, so he has to be very careful. Not able to use that Arcane Shift too many more times, but Pantheon comes around for the return gank. No flash on Vladimir this time around. The Sandrian pool used very early, knocked back into the wall. That's going to be first blood. Going over to Pantheon. Familiar sight here. Last game, the exact same thing happened. Also in the top lane. Pantheon getting his game on very early on. First kill for his team. Meanwhile, mid lane, Azir still poking Syndra whenever he can. Not able to force her out of lane, though. Not able to get the kill pressure going either. He, of course, does have the barrier, too. So that takes away even more of his potential to get the 1v1 kill against Syndra. This offensive summoner is always nice if you do have them and want to get a couple of 1v1 kills, but Syndra does have to be careful. Doesn't have a flash right now. So if things go bad, she has one less ability to get out of trouble, and obviously she has the ignite, not the barrier, so she has one less option to save herself. No dashes herself either. I've actually forgotten to turn chat off this time. It's a spectator bug. You have to do it every time manually, despite it theoretically being turned off from the get-go. Either way, though, good hook in the bot lane. That's going to make Annie a little bit more wary, and now that Syndra recalled, she got the needlessly large rod. She's now got the damage in that mid lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see Azir recalling just now after shoving that wave into the tower, trying to deny as much farm as possible. It's really going to come down to what more can these junglers do. Pantheon now going for the second blue buff very soon, possibly giving that over to Syndra. At least she would be very thankful. That'll really help her out against that annoying Azir in mid lane that keeps poking her. Being able to return some of that damage would be huge. No, Pantheon's still doing that by himself, and Syndra's still stuck in the mid lane. So Pantheon might actually take a second one. Try and get himself ahead a little bit more. There he is, taking that one down. Trying to get those ganks off, but so far the ganks haven't done anything. Now Rek'Sai up in the top lane, just as Hecarim goes to ward. However, with that speed up, he's able to get out of trouble quite easily. A lot of damage on them, though. So, definitely a dangerous place to be as well. Good Kalista ultimate. Getting Thresh completely out of the trouble. Very, very low HP on him. There's a flash forward, and the barrier just barely saves Azir. That was really, really close. Syndra playing down beautifully, but just barely the save coming in there. Now Pantheon moving up to the mid lane. Does have the Grand Skyfall. Might think about diving this. For now, just going for the dragon. Looking at it, at least. I don't know if it's a good idea to take that one down by himself this early. It would be very risky with Rek'Sai still full HP and next to him. Just decide not to do it, but the Ignite up top! Ignite really is the summoner spell that best counters Vladimir. He relies on that lifesteal, and without that, it becomes quite weak. And Hecarim here picking up the first 1v1 kill, and actually the only kills in this game have happened up top, and he's now 1-0-1. Gotta feel quite good about himself. already got the home guard too. And still saving that teleport. Vladimir's is down, so Hecarim, if need be, could be all over the map. Most likely going to use it after he goes home right now. Just to get back into lane quicker. Doesn't seem like Team 4 wants to pressure the dragon just yet. And instead, just want to keep farming. Ezreal here going for both the Phage and the Tier. So wants to scale, but also wants to have a little bit of punch in these early stages of the game. We'll see whether he can use that. Thresh now by himself, down in this bottom bush, quite dangerous, gets stunned up, but it's only Annie, Ezreal not there for the backup damage just yet. Still farming. Now Vladimir and Hecarim going at it once again, but Vladimir's almost reached that level 9, so he's going to start sustaining more and more, and it's going to get more difficult for Hecarim to actually get that killing edge on him. He's definitely still going to try, because, you know, when you have an advantage, you want to solidify that, you want to get farther ahead. But Hecarim did not teleport top, so he still has that up. Both of these top laners will be able to join a fight on the other side of the map if need be. However, Hecarim could cancel Vladimir's, and the other way doesn't quite work. So that's always something to keep in mind. Fun thing to note as well is that Syndra, after forcing that early, oh, that's a gank in the mid lane, and there is nothing left for the Azir. He's going to get taken out. Good ultimate here by Syndra. No flash, no barrier anymore because of that gank earlier. Actually, flash still up, but now bot lane. Tibbers saving her long enough. Good true shot barrage, getting a lot of damage across as well. Now, Kalista, you're staying too close to that Tibbers for way too long. Fate's Call used at the very end to get them out as well. So even though Kalista Thresh theoretically very, very strong, just too aggressive, taking too many tower hits. And Annie and Ezreal here quite happy. Good gank from Rek'Sai though, but now Pantheon comes in. Beautiful teleport out of Hecarim. That's going to be the first kill. They're going to get the second one as well. Mid-lantern. Hecarim takes him out. That's a third kill on him. Plus an assist, double kill here this time. And now they're going to go for the dragon. Vladimir doesn't have too much pushing power either, so they're not even going to be able to return that advantage on the bottom side with a tower on the top side. So very nice play here by Team 4. Definitely making the correct moves and punishing the greed out of Team 1 in this bottom lane. Kalista and Thresh not being as careful as they should be. And nice try, Thresh, but not today. Dragon number 1 on top of 5 kills, going over to Team 4. 1,600 gold in the lead already after only 12.5 minutes. Doing very well. Oh, and Syndra forcing away the flash of Vladimir. Had she ignited him, maybe that could have been a kill because, you know, Vladimir sustains during the fight. That would have been quite crazy. And she didn't have the ultimate. With that, that would have been a kill too. So, Vladimir here, not doing as well as he'd like to. Trying to still farm up. He wants to get to that late game. He wants to get to the point where he can really just out-sustain all the damage that's coming from the enemy side. Of course, the one thing that counters sustain is burst. So that's where Syndra and Pantheon actually have a very good combination, especially with Annie in there as well, who already has mobility boots and the Sightstone, so she's going to be looking to roam around the map and get those kills for her team elsewhere as well, while leaving Ezreal to just try and scale up a bit, get those items, stack that tier as fast as he can, and try to be a menace in the late game. Look at that Syndra damage though, the barrier forced from Azir again, and he's already out of lane one more time. By now 35 CS down, and it's not looking like it'll get any easier, as Rek'Sai is pretty much forced out of her own jungle almost. Really, where does he want to go? Now Syndra in mid, still forcing away Azir, but as Rek'Sai comes into that lane, has to be careful himself. Look at that Syndra damage. She's already so dangerous. And despite the Luden's Echo nerfs, these mid laners still keep building it. And because they're all going for like this burst poke, it's working incredibly well. Now Hecarim wants to get into that trade against the Vladimir, and Vladimir forced the Sandrade pull out of that one and then try to sustain himself. Gets the Hecarim very, very low, uses the Hemo Plague. Now meanwhile a hook lands in bot lane. Don't be over aggressive again, guys. It didn't work out last time. You got engaged on afterwards. No Hecarim this time, but Pantheon could still jump around somewhere. They're baiting this top lane. Pantheon is there. But honestly, there isn't really much they can do to Vladimir, considering how low Hecarim was right. He's recalled, healed, and will come back into the lane. Still building towards that Trinity Force, wants to be as scary as possible by the time the mid-game rolls around. Another hook lands in bot lane, onto Annie. Where's that Timber stun? There it is, Thresh tanking the tower. It's the exact same thing as earlier. He takes so much damage, and Kalista at least doing some good return stuff onto this Ezreal. Now Azir is here, and Rek'Sai is coming too. So is Syndra though. So this can be an all-out brawl with Thresh actually recalling. It's incredibly dangerous, and Rek'Sai goes in. Really aggressive here, and with Syndra coming, with Pantheon here as well, this could just turn out very, very badly. Huge Syndra stun. The kill is already there onto Azir. He didn't pay attention. He did not respect the burst, and it's the same thing time and again. Team 1 gets greedy, over-aggressive, gives up free kills. They had the same problem last time, just that there, they had a mid lane that was actually snowballing in their favor. They don't have that this time. So what are they going to do in the next couple of minutes? That's really the big question I have to ask myself here. Now that they're 2,000 gold down, 1-6 in kills, already down 0-1 in dragons as well, with the next one coming up in around about a little bit over 2 minutes. And kind of losing almost every single lane. Yes, they're out farming on top, but Hecarim's still always going for these trades, and he's coming out okay. He's not winning. He's forced away a lot, but he still has that ignite, and he still might decide to try. Now's the time I'm actually going to kill Vladimir. And then it could just very quickly happen when you least expect it. And he's always going to be a menace towards the late game. Syndra's just going to be terrifying, taking out that Kalista. Here goes Hecarim. Where's that ignite, though? That's really going to be the signal that he wants to get the kill. Actually, he uses his ult to get out. Meanwhile, though, bot lane, good True Shot Barrage still hitting Kalista. Where's that Lanta? Nothing there to save her. Vladimir, meanwhile, top lane died to Syndra, though. So 2-for-1 across the map, and they kill Kalista. At least she got a kill this time. She killed Ezreal, who still doesn't have any kills, only getting those assists. Doesn't matter too much. Syndra is 3-0-0. Hecarim, also 3-0-0. Now Annie got a kill. She's going to definitely love that. Getting a little bit of extra damage for herself. The flash forward hook doesn't connect onto her, but they've still got the flay. And with Rek'Sai there as well, the beautiful Annie stun saves Pantheon from certain death. So, nice attempt. Team 1 trying to get back in this game, trying to fight out an advantage for themselves, but it's not quite working. It's not quite there. And the more fed Syndra gets, the more terrifying this game is for Team 1. She now has a Morellonomicon as well, so the heals from Vladimir will be reduced even further. The lifesteal from Kalista won't be worth as much anymore once she gets to a little lower HP. It's getting quite difficult. Last time, they brute forced it with a Vel'Koz. This time around, they don't have that factor, so what else are they going to do? They're really going to have to focus on that teamfight composition that they've picked and try to win the game that way. Ezreal now very far forward. Without the support of his Annie, is going to take a lot of damage once Kalista rips these spears out. They might just decide to dive. She flashes forward, gets the last one, and that's a kill. If Annie had had a stun there, though, that would have been the return. Kalista going very, very low. Didn't have the heal either. Good hook onto Hecarim, who had just teleported. That's going to break the home guards and let Kalista and Thresh escape. So, teleport forced. That's going to mean the turret in the top lane going to take a lot of damage. Pantheon here, though, to try and defend that. Meanwhile, mid lane went down over to Syndra, and Vladimir might have to be careful. He's now tanking the tower as well. That's going to be a kill. Pantheon going to be very happy picking that one up and defending the top tower as well. Just greed. Every time does seem to be the biggest problem of Team 1, being greedy time and time again, and it's costing them more and more each time. Now Syndra here with a big ultimate onto that Rek'Sai. The ignite is still ticking, and it's gonna be the kill. Well done. The hook going wide, and now she's gonna run right into Azir. Definitely not too afraid though. Has a lot of backup here. Very nice Azir wall, keeping himself safe, but definitely still very, very low. No way! He comes in for a little bit of poke, gets punished massively. Now Kalista getting hit up by the Syndra stun again. That's going to be another double kill for Syndra. Hecarim picking up one in the fray as well. And Dragon number 2 definitely going over to Team 4, who now have a commanding 6,500 gold lead. All 3 outer towers down already as well, so the map is basically theirs. They can go wherever they want. Team 4 here putting on a very impressive showing with that Syndra, and with getting the picks all over the place. In the jungle, outside of the jungle, in the enemy jungle, in the enemy lanes. Wherever they go, they're making things happen. And most of the time, said this before, because of the greed that Team 1 has. They overextend in the bot lane, get punished. They overextend top lane, get punished. Syndra the entire time just out 1v1ing everyone that matches up against her. Look at her CS. She's 179, the highest in the game right now, compared to the only 117 on Azir. He doesn't stand a chance in that lane. He's only got the Morella Nomicon plus upgraded boots, versus a Syndra, who not only has a Luden's Echo, but also a Morella Nomicon, plus another needlessly large rod. So her damage is massively ahead, the poke is crazy, and when she gets, you know, multiple man balls down on the field, you'll die very, very quickly. There needs to be an Aegis on the side of Team 1, and there needs to be one now, which is why I don't like that Thresh is still building towards the face of the mountain. That shield's going to be nice, but it's not going to be good enough. Now 4 people up here in the top lane for the big bonanza. Vladimir already down though. At least he threw out on his ultimate. Not too much damage coming out of that one. He's just not got what it takes to fight back against this Hecarim, who's now 5-0-4. Vladimir is 0-5-0. Vladimir can do a lot when he's left alone and is allowed to farm, but he's not allowed to do that right now. Now they go on to Annie and Syndra, and the split focus might actually kill them. That's already 1 down as Syndra takes it. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. They've taken out Thresh as well. Now the tower is dead again, and Hecarim escapes with his life. Beautifully done. The movement from the top lane, you know, they just killed Vladimir. Why not go mid, pick up another 2, or help out picking up the other 2. The horse is indeed too strong, and with that, it is now 16-4. 4 times the kills of Team 1 here. And they take down the inner turret as well. The stun is already down onto Hecarim. He goes forward with his ultimate, not afraid about anything. Rek'Sai picks up the shutdown gold. Gonna be very, very happy with that one. 500 in her back pocket now. Can Syndra get another one? She's thinking about it, but without that ultimate, not wanting to go for it this time. 7-0-3. Only 5 kills to Team 1 so far. At least that 1-for-1 trade for a change went into the favor of Team 1, because getting that shutdown gold is definitely better than losing 1 more kill when you're already this far behind. So they need to get whatever they can, but 8,000 gold in 22 minutes is pretty devastating. At this point, with all the outer turrets down and the middle inner gone as well, what Team 4 can just do is get those deep wards, as Annie just tried. Thresh not successful in cleaning that one out either. And then move from lane to lane. By the time the next dragon comes up, it's already number 3. That's the bonus movement, and that's going to make it even easier for Team 4 to choke Team 1 out of this game. You're just slowly going to tighten the stranglehold. Hecarim going to keep split pushing top. Vladimir's already unable to deal with them, and that's not going to get any better. Meanwhile, the others look at this damage onto Rek'Sai. She was not where she wanted to be. The exhaust is out, and here comes a true shot barrage that might just hit. Meanwhile, mid lane, Azir was forced to use the Emperor's Divide to try and save himself. The stun over the wall, still going to hit him. So Rek'Sai gets out with her life, but instead, they pick up another kill somewhere else, and now they're shoving down both top and mid lane. What can they do here? There's the Kalista, the Fate's Call coming out, hits Ezreal. Good play backwards, that was huge. The Hemo play coming out, that's a lot of damage already down. And can Kalista pick up the Syndra? She needs to. Yes, she does manage. On the backside, Vladimir going down. Kalista with a triple kill, though. That is huge for not only herself, but for her whole team. She's trying to lifesteal. As Hecarim comes in here, I don't think there's too much she can do. Gets ignited, goes down. Rek'Sai now in a lot of trouble, all by herself, against 2 other members that are super fed. You're going to go down as well. Sorry to say so. So at the end of the day, a 3-for-3 exchange, which is definitely good news. Oh, I spoke too soon. 3-for-4 exchange, which is still okay for Team 1. They thwarted a little bit of the split push. They saved their top inner and their middle inhibitor tower and got a little bit of gold back for themselves. Even trades where they lose kills are good for them right now, because they need to catch up, and every little bit of that they can get to catching up can help them, especially because 3 of those kills went on to Kalista, who's gonna have to be the carry. She's the only one that can carry, because the 150 Azir doesn't do too much. And the 0-6-4 Vladimir certainly doesn't do too much either. At least that guy didn't get the kill, so he's still not worth any money. Still building towards that Zhonya's Hourglass as well. But when you consider that there's an 8-1-6 Hecarim that nobody's able to deal with, that there's a 5-0-6 Pantheon that's actually doing a whole ton of damage, still doesn't have a Black Cleaver, which I don't quite like, but he'll have that very soon with that Phage and the Kindle Gem. And an 8-1-5 Syndra with a death cap now, and cooldown reduction. How do you deal with this? And really, you don't. Because Team 1 has a teamfight composition. They want the big fights. While Team 4 has the pick composition. They want to get the little skirmishes. They want to kill you here, kill you there. By now they're so far ahead they can really just take the team fights brute force as well and take you out anyway. Look at this one. Annie dodging the stun, the hook, I mean, getting that stun down off her own and then using the talisman to save herself. Syndra and Ezreal for some reason not up for the fight. They're just waiting for the dragon to spawn and then want to take that one. The problem is Team 1 wants to get, or needs to get, picks on single targets. Take those down, close the gold gap with that somehow. Try to come back in this game. But whenever they try, Team 4 actually has the better composition for that. They've got a Syndra, who by now is a great duelist. They've got Hecarim, who by himself can just kill at least one member of the enemy team, if not two. And then they've got a Pantheon who can just join wherever by using that Grand Skyfall to get into whatever lane needs help. An uncontested third dragon now at 25.5 minutes. So at 31.5 minutes, we'll have Dragon 4, and at, 37.5 minutes, we'll have Dragon number 5. So really, that's going to be the deadline here. Great hook onto Syndra. That might actually be the kill. The Hemoplate goes down. Huge amount of damage onto her. Good early kill here. The teleport from Hecarim not doing anything as well. The Emperor's Divide pushing him back. Sonya's keeping one guy alive, but look at the damage the True Shot Barrage still did. Meanwhile, on the backside, Rek'Sai getting another 500 gold shutdown, still chasing onto Annie as well. That's 3 deaths that came out of nowhere just because of a good counter engage from Team 1. And a little bit of greed, really, from Team 4. Too far ahead, too greedy, trying to get too much at the same time. This might give up a Baron, which is the stalling that Team 1 need. They need to try and survive this game just a little bit longer. But Ezreal's still alive. Good hook. That might actually end his life. Ezreal trying to jump out, but Vladimir is right there on his heels, and that's going to be another kill. Vladimir getting that one now, 2-6 and 6. He's finally picking up a little bit of gold, but this Baron isn't going down that quickly. Should still work, but Annie is here. Annie flashes over. Where's that stun? She does get it, but not the Baron. It is secured by the Azir. Here comes Pantheon jumping onto Rek'Sai. She's definitely going to go down. Only question is, can she get a kill? Nope, she cannot. But Baron was secured. Kalista getting out of that trouble as well. And now it's all about how much does that Baron help them. Does the Baron let them stall long enough that they can catch up, that they can close the gold difference? They also got that top outer turret just thanks to minions, and the fact that that minion wave is pushed up so far means that Pantheon couldn't do anything to the top inner either. Ezreal will use bot lane just to try and clear it, but there's still a huge wave pushing against Team 4, so it's still going to be a little while before they're going to start trying to push again, before they're going to start trying to close the game out. But you can see they still have the strong vision in this bottom half of the jungle. Hecarim running around there as well. Really all the vision in that half of the map belongs to Team 4. Team 1 need to ward all that. Still kind of difficult with only a level 1 Sightstone and only on Thresh. This time around Rek'Sai not helping out. Greedily building that Black Cleaver. Trying to get some more damage in there, which really kind of surprises me because in theory they've already got 3 huge damage threats with Vladimir, Azir, and Kalista. They don't really need Rek'Sai to do even more. Still decide to go for it. On the other side, of course, we see Pantheon going for damage because he's allowed to. That's really what that champion does. He's not as tanky, he doesn't have a Cinder Hulk. Just looking to get even more burst damage in there, and they're going to rely on the chaos that the Pantheon jump and the Hecarim dashing in there will create. This Baron buff now more than halfway gone already, and not really too much having happened with that. Yes, the gold lead is close to 5,000, so they've caught up by 3. That won't be enough to really turn this game around by itself. They need more than this. They need to do it fast. Now they need a couple of towers. That mid-outer is still standing is definitely not a good sign. You want to get that down so you have a little bit of map pressure, so you have a little bit of things you can work with the Azir towers. But look at Vladimir just getting chunked, and now the positioning very dangerous there from Thresh and Kalista, going very close to the enemy lines where they can get stunned up by the Syndra, by the Pantheon. They made it out safely. Baron buff just about to be gone as Team 4 moves forward again. Now, can the same miracle happen? Can they get the important hook onto the Syndra with which they can get the good team fight, with which Team 1 can mitigate the big problem that they have, which is the Syndra, and then turn around the rest of the fight as well? I'm not too sure. And it's only 2 minutes until the next dragon. So by that time, they really need to make something happen, and they need to get some pressure around that dragon, else they give that one up too, and that's the number 4. That's a bonus minion damage. That's going to make pushing from Team 4 so much more threatening, and the dragon threat number 5 is suddenly very, very real. Setup here is already stronger from Team 4. They have 3 members around that dragon pit, with Hecarim split pushing in top lane once again. By the time dragon comes around, his teleport should be up again as well. So he's going to be quite happily split pushing that one. The top inner turret, of course, was already damaged previously. Not too heavily, so that one should still stand up to a little bit of punishment from the minions. As now, Team 1 is trying to make a move. Are going to get spotted out by the last of those wards. Their dying breaths. Annie getting his stun down onto Thresh. That should scare him a little bit. He sees Syndra, but gets the important ward down into that river bush. Is Pantheon recalling? Of course, he can jump in with a Grand Skyfall. He really wants to get that next item. Really wanted to get that Warden's Mail before the fight breaks out. That attack speed reduction is huge against a Callista, especially with a Hurricane and Blade of the Ring. I really like that you went for an early QSS though, because the easy way to really kill her is to get stunned by not only Annie, but also Syndra. She needs to be able to get out of that. So Vladimir right now, top lane, does have his teleport. Dragon is up in 15 seconds. And Team 1 really kind of need to contest this one if they don't want to be forced to fight in another 6 minutes time. But can they? It's so difficult for them right now because all the advantages really still lie with Team 4. They're still 5,000 gold ahead. They're still very, very strong. The items are definitely in their favor. Vladimir now here did use his teleport. Not offensively. Just into the backline, and that's a good Syndra stun with the ultimate. Almost takes down Azir before the fight even starts. Now Hecarim right into the backside. They've already taken down the dragon. The Ignite went onto Azir. That's going to be the kill. Number 1 in this fight. Now Hecarim might get taken down. He's hooked. Callista still throwing spears as many as she can, trying to survive herself. Good damage onto Pantheon. She gets 1 now, and that actually makes it a 1-for-1 exchange. 2-for-1. I lied, because Vladimir has died in the meantime. Ezreal still putting out good damage. Can't quite get onto Thresh just yet, but they're not done. The extra movement speed from the dragon is there. Not going to get any more. Pantheon jumping right into the backline. I didn't even realize he still had that ultimate, but he's underneath an inhibitor tower. Gets knocked off. That's the kill, but a good return here from Syndra as well, getting Rek'Sai. And after everything is said and done, it's a 2-for-3 exchange in favor of Team 4. They got the 4th dragon, they've got the bonus tower damage, bonus minion damage, and they're gonna crack the base of Team 1. Beautifully played, time and again. They force the objective. They're so far ahead, they can just take the team fight. And the important part is that Syndra chunks out Azir before the fight even starts. Azir is completely useless. He doesn't get to do anything aside from dash out. And then Hecarim just ults him and ignites him, and Azir is dead. There's nothing he can do the entire fight. He doesn't do any damage. He doesn't provide any zoning with his Emperor's Divide. And it's really costing Team 1 a lot that he's so shut out of this game. Because that happens, the rest of the team is free to focus whoever they want. I mean, Ezreal and Annie really took down Vladimir on the backside, who was the only one really trying to make something happen on the backside, because the rest of the team, Callista, was running away from Pantheon and Hecarim. She got a kill, but overall the fight still went in favor of Team 4. They got the inhibitor turret, which is always that difficult place to crack, especially against a teamfight composition. I'd say one of the big problems here for Team 1 is also they don't have the strong engage they had last time. They played with Sejuani, who made the turnaround fights very, very easy for them. Look at Thresh, just getting caught out. He's dead. Nothing he can do. It's the danger of the Baron face checks that it comes up now. You have to face check it, or you let Baron go, and honestly, at this point, if you let Baron go, that's the game anyway. Israel taking a lot of damage. Flash forward here from Rek'Sai, not getting anything though. True Shot Barrage narrowly missing, but there's a Hecarim on the backside, forcing Callista to divide her attention. Now Pantheon going right behind her, gonna come down on top of her. Where's that stun? There it is. A lot of damage down. Callista gets 1 kill, but is shut down right afterwards. Now Pantheon still gonna die over to Azir, but meanwhile Pantheon was taken out as well. So a 3-for-3 exchange this time. Considering that Thresh was caught off guard at the start of that, still a better trade here in favor of Team 4. Damage onto Azir is quite scary. At least this tower here will delay the minions, so no inhibitor kill this time around. Team 1 have to be so careful with the state of this game right now. They really cannot afford to make a single mistake, or it will just end for them. How will they play the next couple of minutes? We've only got, well, a bit over 2 minutes to the 37-minute mark, which is approximately when Dragon will spawn again. I think it's 37 minutes and 45 seconds or something along those lines. So the 5 Dragon threat is real, and with this gold advantage that Team 4 have, I keep saying the same things, but that's really how this game is going right now and what they need to pay attention to. Team 1 will be forced to fight, because if they give that up, they've basically lost. With an open inhibitor, you cannot defend against a 5 Dragon buff without like super solid engage or the enemy team making a huge mistake. And Annie has not only the Talisman of Ascension, but also the Righteous Glory. She sold her Spell Thieves Edge after a while to get that Talisman of Ascension in there, and with those double movement speed boosters and her own flash, with Distortion upgrade, she can just go wherever she needs to be. Good hook here onto Syndra. That is exactly what they need to win a fight, and they've already taken one down. Hecarim forced to ult over the wall. Just 1 kill so far. That is not enough to make things happen, and not enough to make things go their way for Team 1. They need more than 1 kill. They're trying to chase down onto Hecarim, but that horse is fast. He's got that speed up, gets away even from the Chilling Smite. Sorry, Rek'Sai, but today is not your day just yet. Not able to get that kill, not able to secure it. So instead they just push a little bit and get nothing. They're not getting the Baron, they're not getting pressure around Dragon, and meanwhile, there's a backdoor going on. Pantheon and Ezreal are just going for that backdoor on the inhibitor, and there's really nothing the blue team can do. They're recalling, they're peeling off the Baron, so they're not even getting that, but they're not going to be able to defend the base as well. So now that they're recalling, they're actually canceling that and have to go for the Baron, because they need something out of this. True Shot Barrage comes across, does a little bit of damage. Pantheon going right into the Baron pit. That is a stun that Zhonya's Hourglass is there. Goodness, with Rek'Sai going down, no more smite for the Baron. Pantheon getting that one for his team, pays for it with his life. And 2 people down for Team 4, only 1 for Team 1. But meanwhile, Ezreal was pushing bot lane. He wasn't even there. Yeah, painful. Just split calls. They wanted to go for the Baron, and then they saw, hey, they're backdooring us, we need to recall. That cost them so much damage that Pantheon had time to jump in there. Then they weren't quick enough on the Baron, or focusing down Pantheon, that he was able to kill Rek'Sai, then smite the Baron, because obviously he was the only jungle left, and Kalista didn't have enough Ren stacks on the Baron to secure it herself. And after that, yes, they kill Pantheon, but that's not nearly enough. The 5th Dragon is here now. Pantheon's still dead, but is that going to be enough for them to take it? Actually, Syndra recalls, so it looks like Team 4 are giving this one up. They're saying, let's play it careful. We've still got the Baron buff on 2 people. Let's not waste this. We can just give up 1 Dragon. It's the first one for Team 1 here now at 38 minutes into the game. And just be careful. And now comes the engage. Can they get anyone? No, the first one they missed. That is why you shift, walk into bushes, by the way. A move to get those early attacks in. But Kalista wanted to secure that red buff. Might have taken a little bit too long. Does manage to get away from Pantheon. Now there's a big wave in the top lane working for Team 4. At some point, someone will want to clear that, or they're going to lose the top inner turret. Meanwhile, that middle inhibitor is still down, so those minions also work in favor of Team 4, and they've got the 2 people with a Baron buff down in the bot lane. Lots of pressure on all 3 lanes right now for Team 1. They need to try and defend this. That Azir turret in mid lane definitely going to do a lot of work helping them defend against this push. Kalista with decent wave clear, Thresh with a hook onto Pantheon. That is not who they want. They need that on Syndra to take her out right off the bat. That is how they win their fights. That is exactly what they need to do. Catch Syndra, annihilate her, and then fight out the rest of that fight. Moving on onto this inhibitor turret, and Vladimir goes forward, ults, but doesn't really hit anyone, and that might just initiate the fight. Look at Annie, she gets annihilated, but meanwhile, there's a lot of damage onto that Thresh. Thresh isn't the main threat. Syndra now going down, Annie going down. This is huge. This is the defense from Team 1 against the Baron up team. Double kill for Kalista, Vladimir getting one as well. 4 kills at this point, and Ezreal forced to flash away, having already burnt that heal as well. He doesn't really have anything left. Top tower went down, that middle Azir turret is down as well, so people need to defend the base, while Rek'Sai is still chasing Ezreal. The smite goes down, the knockup is there, that's going to be the ace for none for Team 1. What a huge fight for them, and they're still able to defend the base as well. If they can do this again, and again, and again, they might still have a chance in this. 40 minutes now, still down 5,000 gold, but they win the team fight. They've only got 2 towers compared to the 7 on the other side, only 1 dragon compared to 4, but somehow they're holding on. It's really a problem with the power points that these two teams have. Similarly to last game, the Pantheon at some point loses a lot of his impact. He's not as strong anymore. He gets killed very, very quickly, despite now having that Aegis and that Randuin's Omen. He just doesn't have the survivability that another tank jungler like Sejuani would have brought to the field. So he gets taken out quickly. Hecarim, yes, he's kind of tanky. He's got that Randuin's, he's got the Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart on top of the Ninja Tabi. So he survives a little bit of damage, but compared to the amount of brute force on the other side between Azir, Vladimir, and that fed Kalista at this point, 12, 6, and 10, with a Bloodthirster, I like that Frozen Mallet just for extra defense and extra kiting. It's really, really difficult for him to play a tank because even he's getting shredded by that Kalista. And the split push, for some reason, doesn't work out. They don't want to play that because they're scared of the counter engage from the other side. Thresh has been on point with those hooks, and every time that lands on a priority target, Team 1 do not hesitate to go in, and then they make it happen. This last fight, Vladimir didn't even hit anyone with that ultimate, really. No priority targets being hit there, but it was enough that it forced Team 4 into the tower dive, and from there on, it just went downhill. They couldn't make happen what they wanted to make happen, lost the important targets. Syndra didn't get any peel. She finally has Azania's Hourglass, so she can survive a bit longer. But this middle inhibitor is now back alive, and yes, there's still a big wave in bot, but Baron isn't up for over 2 minutes, and the wave clear at this point is pretty strong here for Team 1. So they can just defend this, and if Team 4 mess up again, as they have in the last couple of fights, this could actually still swing back the other way. There's definitely quite a good chance for Team 1 to still win this, as impossible as it might have sounded about 25 minutes into this game where they were down over 8,000 gold. 1 minute 45 seconds until the next dragon comes around. That will remain a pressure point for the rest of this game because of that 4 dragon threat, because of that 5 dragon threat. They've already got 4 on Team 4. Kind of the team name. But, yeah, it's not going to be easy. Both teams want this next dragon. Neither team can give this up. Mainly Team 4, because they cannot afford to let this game stall out any longer, and if they lose the dragon, chances are that they actually position badly around the Baron as well, and then might lose that one too. And if top lane, you know, if the mid lane inhibitor gets defended and the Baron goes down over to Team 1 again, I'd actually start betting on Team 1 because they've got the advantages scaling wise, and Team 4 are really struggling to close out the game. The hooks are there time and again to initiate the important fights. The damage is there too to back up the Thresh. And at this point, this dragon and this Baron in less than a minute, respectively, are the turning point of the game. Whoever gets these next 2 objectives will most likely win the game, because it'll 100% be connected with a big team fight as well, and whoever comes out victorious in that will suddenly grab a lot of advantages. As incredible as it might sound, there are only 2 towers down on the map for Team 1, but they're making a serious effort after having their own inhibitor killed to still come back in this game. Good early damage here from Syndra. That's exactly what she needs to do. Get a little bit more poke out. Get the members from Team 1 low. There's a big wave of minions for Team 4 in the bot lane, so they can maybe work with that, but honestly, it's not big enough to take down the inhibitor turret on its own. So this team fight here could be big. The thresh hook going wide, that's actually huge. The Syndra stun not hitting as well, hitting either though. And here comes the Kalista ultimate. That only hits Hecarim, but a beautiful Vladimir ultimate hits many people. Azir already dead, Syndra still alive. 2 people down now, Pantheon and Annie. Syndra still lives and is doing massive amounts of damage. The Kalista is trying her best though, and look at that one. Vladimir at the very end with a triple kill. He is that scaling champion, and he has the Zhonya's and the Deathcap and the Ryleys. And after everything is said and done, it's a 5-for-2 exchange with Team 1 getting the kill. So Syndra lived for a long time, but the rest of her team got annihilated, and Kalista remained untouched. Nobody was able to get on top of her. Beautiful team fight here from Thresh and Azir, despite neither one popping the defensive summoners. Exhaust is still up, Barrier is still up. Don't know why they didn't use them. That could have changed the fight even more. Still good enough. They got the Dragon, which is number 2 for themselves, and now they're pushing this. They might just get an inhibitor of their own out here just because the death timers at 45 minutes are that long. And Rek'Sai and Kalista still being up. Kalista at this point being 4 items plus a QSS. Super safe. Kalista, Rek'Sai now going back to base with her ultimate because why the hell not? What are we watching here? 45 minutes in, the kills have almost equalized, and the gold has swung back in favor of Team 1 for the first time in about half an hour. What is going on? They were down 1 tower to 7, and now it's 2 to 7, and now it's 5 to 7. Like, what are they doing? And now Baron is up, and the positioning is in favor of Team 1. I don't think there's anything they can still do to mess up things. Actually, it's a dangerous thing to say, and if Team 1 lose now, blame me, because I just, you know, kind of called it. But this Baron fight is now all or nothing for Team 4. They have to go in there, they have to try and take this down, and Kalista's already started it. And who is better at securing big objectives than a Kalista that was allowed to stack spears? Fight is coming. The peel away was there, and a good hook from Thresh, once again engaging it. Look at the damage they've already got on Hecarim. Yes, he manages to dash on the back line, but he's basically dead already. The Emperor's Divide with the disengages there too, and Vladimir manages to survive everything with his Sanguine Pool. So 3 kills now. Rek'Sai will still hunt down Ezreal as well. Yes, the 2 carries are still alive, but what can they really do to save this game after 4 members are down? Syndra is the only one left alive, and all Team 1 still have to do is push down mid lane. Get down the last 2 turrets and the Nexus, and they will have won the game. Honestly, I don't think there's anything Syndra can do to stop them with 40 seconds still remaining on Annie, who's the next one. Actually, they surrender, and that is GG, well played. Team 1 coming out strong again, actually having a kill lead at the very end of the game. What a fight. What an uphill battle for almost the entire game. They were down so far, but look at that Kalista. 389 minions to only 250 on the other side. That is definitely where most of that damage came from. That is definitely who won the fight. So very well done here by Team 1, and congratulations to them. They're moving on to the grand finals, which we'll see in just a second after I take a quick break, and I have to search for some cough drops because my voice is actually getting kind of rough. Anyway, I'll see you in a second, and see you then.
Cyclone.
then, we've got yet another game on our hands. Of course, this time around, jumping in midway through. It is the other semifinal. And the winner of this one gets to fight Team 1, whom we just saw securing their final spot. So right now we go right into the dragon fight. Lee Sin Q doesn't hit anything. He still goes in, tries to go for the steal, doesn't manage to get it. Now on that backside though, Azir taking so much damage to Zhonya's Hourglass. Saves him a little bit. Here comes Swain, Zhonya's too. He survives a tiny bit longer. The first kill goes down. Quickly followed up by a couple more. My goodness, this is a slaughter. And at the end of the day, oh, I still have the wrong teams in here. Pretty sure that's Team 5 actually on the blue side. No, it should be Team 7. Team 7 coming out way ahead, only losing 2 but taking down 5. So let me fix these. This is Team 7, and then on the red side it's Team 5. There we go. Now the overlay is all pretty again. Jumped in right for the big action, and that's going to be still the dragon secured for Team 5 though, so they're going to be happy at least getting that one for a change. They're still going to lose this bottom inner turret, and they're already down, well, around about 4,500 gold. So the advantage definitely lies with Team 7 for the time being. They just got 2 more turrets, 5-3 now. Ash doing a very good job in mid lane as well, 6-0 and 6. It's kind of a scary Ashe, especially if she survives a little bit. I really like the fact that we're seeing a Karma with a Luden's Echo. I've been a big advocate of Karma support lately after her changes. She's just so effective in the late game because the mantra is just permanently up with that quick cooldown that she gets when she auto attacks and spell spams a little bit. So that's a very, very strong poke pick for this Team 7. And then the Fizz, AP Fizz mid lane, which we haven't seen in a while either. Lately he's actually been played more as a tank in the top lane with a smite. I'm not dropping frames, by the way, so if you're lagging, just reload the stream real quick. Theoretically, from my end, everything is still going fine. But yeah, there's an Azir who does very well against a Fizz that wants to jump in. We saw that in the last fight. Sadly, afterwards, everything was so chaotic that Team 5 still went down. But especially for the engage itself, whenever Hecarim or Fizz try to jump in, Azir can just downright block them with the Emperor's Divide. Good attempt at an engage here by Ashe. Those arrows just being shot out. Had that hit, it would have been the perfect fight with Sivir up top and Swain going bottom at the same time. It was a great timing to engage. And as soon as Swain shows down in that bot lane, yes, he does have teleport, but teleport is slow. The Team 7 can try to go for the Baron. For now, they're trying to get ahead onto this top turret, though. Hawkshot gonna spot out the cavalry. Good shot by Karma. Look at that one, taking about a quarter of Azir's health. As the support, the fish comes out. That's going to land onto Rek'Sai, but he's the only one there. No further follow-up, and that's then a big ultimate burned that Fizz could use to annihilate someone else, but now that's not going to be available for a while anymore. Karma taking a lot of damage, but the Emperor's Divide play actually fails, and now she's just getting forward, trying to get that snare. It takes a lot of damage, but the return is stronger. Fizz with the good Zhonya's keeping himself alive a bit longer, then dives all the way to the backside. Lee Sin, meanwhile, getting a double kill. 3 already down for Team 5. That's a 4th one dropping. Only Rek'Sai now alive. They're going to finish that one off as well. Hecarim comfortably tanking the tower for as long as is necessary. That's going to be the top inner and at least 1 inhibitor turret falling as the death timers are longer than 30 seconds. And a surrender vote actually comes out. So we have Team 7 moving on to the grand finals here after 36 minutes in game, and that means we're now going to see Team 1 take on Team 7 in the everything deciding grand final that we'll have in just a couple of seconds, soon as both teams get into the lobby and everyone's ready. So yeah, can't wait, definitely looking forward to it, and I think we're just about ready to start. Anyway, so no break for me this time, just have to keep talking until my voice dies. Until they actually do get ready and start the game, I'm gonna just put some music back on. guys, guess what? We're into the last game, at least into Champion Select for the time being. And it seems that both teams did some work before this one, because that Riven ban doesn't just appear every day, nor does the Zed ban, but on the other side, Callista and Vladimir, no surprise there. After that last game, I mean, come on guys. Nobody wants to give Vanishes that Callista again, so maybe we'll see him go back to mid. He played Vel'Koz there the first game around. And the Ryze ban is pretty standard, and Gragas being banned away as well. So Rek'Sai and Sejuani this time left up. And considering the success that Team 1... God, I missed the team names again. Let me fix. Team 1. And, of course, red side is now Team 7. Save. Okay, so the overlay is fixed now. And we'll see. So, Sejuani picked up, and then Swain and Thresh on the other side. Swain is really interesting. Didn't expect to see that one here. Very good champion in extended team fights. He really does very, very well if the team fight goes on for 20-30 seconds, just because of that ultimate just taking away, resustaining him, and doing damage the entire time. However, to get to that point, he really needs some help early game. He's fairly weak and can get countered somewhat easily, which is interesting that which is why it's interesting that they pick it so early, because that opens up a lot of options here for Team 1 to try and figure out what they want to play into that. The Thresh, pretty standard support. I mean, he's one of the big power picks. They take that one. The response going to most likely be Nautilus. That one's not quite locked in yet. To pair it with that Vayne, and I'm really excited for Vayne because she, even more so than Callista, in my opinion, is a crazy pick. Because she has even more outplay potential, can go everywhere, tumble out of things, tumble away from the hook, go invisible, which really fits with the Vanish's name of our master player here. So, he can make the crazy plays happen in bot lane and then just rip everyone to shreds with those silver bolts. Honestly, if you ask me, Vayne's a little bit broken because she does percentage health damage, so you don't really want to build, you know, health, and then she also does true damage, which means resistances don't help you either. So those silver bolts, pretty powerful ability, and when she gets to free attack a bit, that fight can be over quite quickly. The response is from the other side. The Lee Sin already locked in, and the Ezreal hovered. We saw an Ezreal last time. He was pretty good at poking, but in the end, he didn't do nearly as much as the Kalista. Might instead be a Tristana, who's very, very good at tower pushing. We saw her in the NALCS twice today. It might just be the Ashe in the end. They're just messing with me. Picking one champion after another. But it's gonna be the Ashe. And she's this AD carry who's very hit and miss, really. She's able to be very, very powerful, especially in extended trades if she gets to auto attack a lot, make that passive count. But if she gets caught out by all the crowd control, we've got a Sejuani and a Nautilus, they're able to lock her down for quite a while. If that happens, it's very, very easy to take her out right off the bat. Now, what else is Team 1 going to come up with? They hovered on the Karthus for a while. There was a very high challenger EU team, actually, Team Rock, that would always play with the Karthus top lane. And it was the craziest thing because they played around it so phenomenally well that he always had a million of assists and did all the damage in the world. Instead, they're going to lock in the Orianna and maybe also that Morgana. So, a lot of AP damage here with the last two picks. And the question really remains, where does each one of them go? One of them is going to match up against Swain, and we'll have a pretty difficult matchup there, and we'll see what the other one has to deal with, depending on what the last pick here for Team 7 is. Might be the Gnar, which means that Swain would go mid. They might also still switch it to something else. Gnar would be nice for the team fighting. Once again, this time around Team 7 here with a very powerful team fight composition. Team 1 as well, though. The picks are still possible for Team 7 with the Ashe Arrow, the Lee Sin, very good duelist, and the Thresh hooks. They're quite capable of picking someone off somewhere. And Lee Sin, once again, one of those junglers that have a high early impact and are very good in skirmishes at the beginning of the game, but definitely tend to fall off towards late and aren't as easily able to really make things happen once everyone does build a little bit of HP, does survive a little bit longer, and can attempt to kill you. Gnar was locked in, so he's gonna have that big ultimate to throw everyone into a wall and stun them there for a little bit, letting Swain and Ashe work their magic, get all those damages down. But honestly, like, the threat composition out of Team 1 is just so frightening. Because you can't ignore Orianna, obviously, because if she gets a good shockwave, if she's allowed to constantly reposition the ball, she's going to do a whole lot of damage. And especially Ashe, who can't get away from those balls as easily, and even Swain, who inherently is fairly slow in movement, that's really dangerous too. And then there's a Vayne, who you can never leave alone, because she's just going to tumble all over the place and rip your face to shreds with silver bolts. That's going to be the main focus for Thresh, Lee Sin, and Gnar. But then there's the Morgana, who also with her Black Shield can really counteract a lot of the options that Team 7 have for the engage. The Black Arrow, the arrow out of Ashe can be blocked by the Black Shield. The Black Shield can also deny the Insect Kick, or the Thresh Hook, or the Swain holding. What was it called? It's been too long since I played Swain. Never move. There we go. Can also counter that. So a whole lot of options that this Teemo the Tito has here on his Morgana. And of course, because he's still going to be playing top lane, he'll have quite a chunk of AP, which will in turn make the Black Shield last longer. Also, because he has AP, he's going to be a threat. You can't leave him alone. That ultimate going to do a decent amount of damage. He's most likely going to have a fairly early Zhonya's Hourglass as well to use his ultimate, then stay invincible until it pops, and that's really going to deny a lot of the teamfight potential that Team 7 is trying to bring to the table here as well. So, two very interesting team compositions, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they play out, simply because of the explosive potential they have for every team fight. with all the abilities being thrown around, and honestly, right now I'd almost say Team 1 do have an edge here. They're very strong in team fights. We've seen how good they are at stalling until they get the team fights they want, until they get the kills and get themselves so far ahead that the enemy team cannot hold against them anymore. And considering the results so far, Team 1 definitely the favorites here, but we'll see. Maybe Team 7 can pull out something to upset them. Either way, it's going to be just over a minute and 15 seconds until we get into the game, and until then, I'll get myself another drink. And here we go, finally the last, well not finally, sadly already the last game of the day, let's put it that way. Team 1 facing off against Team 7, the finals of tonight's daily tournament of high quality gaming. And we're gonna have definitely an interesting one. Team 1 already have provided us with a lot of entertainment throughout the last games. Twice falling behind a little bit in the early game and then definitely coming back strong and swinging towards the late game to come out victorious in the end. And this time around, it does seem like they have an even better composition to do so. Really, Lee Sin and Swain and Ashe have to work some crazy magic in the early game to try and get ahead here. I'm also really looking forward to the Gnar Morgana matchup to see how that one works out. Whether Morgana will actually be able to prevail in a lane that I haven't seen this way. I've never seen a Morgana trying to outfight a Gnar yet. And it should be pretty interesting. Of course, especially towards the late game, Orianna and Vayne are going to be very, very, very scary. And it's going to be incredibly difficult for Team 7 to have any way to handle that. They don't have a Nautilus who has the point-and-click CC of the depth charge. They don't have a Taric. They don't have anything, really, that can stop this Vayne once she gets rolling. Other than good luck and good placement, I guess. Predicting where Vayne will tumble and hooking predictively and stuff like that. But we all know how difficult that is. Orianna here, starting correctly. Getting the shield first for the early trades. I'm trying to farm with that. Just as safely as possible. Morgana is going to let herself be pushed in. Going to look to farm the ranged minions with her Tormented Soil. And since I don't have a co-caster, I'm often going to repeat whatever I see in chat. Because I'm lazy and tired, but good info is always there. So that works. And here goes Lee Sin with an early invade. Actually does not have a smite up. So he couldn't smite that away and then kill Sejuani, else that would have definitely been a kill. He lets that reset and just walks into the jungle, still looking for her. No, and she flashes right into the Sonic Wave. That's going to be first blood here for Lee Sin. What on earth was that? Sejuani not paying attention. That flash was definitely the wrong thing to do. But Lee Sin going to be very, very happy. His Nautilus moves up to try to help out, but that's way too late already. And first blood goes over to Team 7. Once again, I mean, Team 1 continues this trend of falling behind early, and now this hook could have hit, but a good tumble from Vayne keeps her safe. Early advantage, Team 7. Jungle pressure and an early kill. No assists, though, so that's just Lee Sin. He slowed down Sejuani, good deal, though. She's still only level 2. Good flay here onto Vayne. Trying to make it happen, but the hook from Nautilus actually in return, the exhaust and flash burned on Thresh in exchange for only the ignite on Nautilus. And Thresh left with very low HP, does still have a couple cookies to eat. But that's not going to make the lane any easier. And Nautilus will just be waiting in the bush for his next chance. When can I hook this Thresh? When can I hook this Ashe is also a good option. And he does manage to go in there. Vayne is not going to manage to proc the Silver Bolts. That would have been a nice extra chunk for herself onto the Ashe. Definitely a good thing if she can manage that. And Nautilus just keeps sitting in that bush, waiting for his chance, looking for an opening. Ashe is starting to poke with those volleys. It's really obnoxious these days because there are just so many arrows. It's really hard to dodge them because the minions don't take up as many of them anymore. Morgana gonna happily push top lane, and here goes another hook onto Ashe. The shield from the Thresh Lantern is actually broken quite quickly. Beautiful hook though. That might just damage Vayne way too much. She heals, gets out. Nautilus meanwhile trying to force something more from Ashe. Not gonna manage though, and the consecutive hits doing quite a lot of damage. Now if Nautilus is just a bit greedy, where's that next hook? He does get it onto Ashe. Lee Sin is on his way though. The heal is forced, and now Nautilus has nothing left. He flashes forward, but that's gonna be an easy kill for Lee Sin, who goes underneath the turret, picks up his second kill of the game. Vayne still had to flash away from that one as well. So Lee Sin here making 2 good early kills happen, trying to get this game ahead for himself, trying to make what little chance there is to get to the late game, to not get to the late game, I mean, a reality. Now invading once again onto Sejuani, trying to take away the Krugs, and honestly, he has a pretty good chance. Vayne can't really do anything. She's got barely any HP, but Sejuani pressuring Lee Sin off of this. She does not want her stuff stolen, and she still has a red buff to go with as well. Vayne, meanwhile, just picks up the Krugs on her way out, but Lee Sin goes over the wall to that ward. She gets stunned into the wall. The third silver bullet comes in, and Vayne picks up the kill just barely. That was extremely dangerous, but it backfires. It gives Vayne a kill, and that just negates all the work that Team 7 have been doing. Lee Sin, he's been wanting to snowball. He tried once again, got very greedy there, trying to pick up yet another kill, and he pays for it with his life. Now they're going on to Ashe. Sejuani lands the snare, but it's not going to be good enough because the Thresh Lantern was there. However, like, Vayne has a kill now. She's been able to stick around with such low HP and still farm. She got the Krugs, which is good gold. Then she got a kill, and now she got that last wave just now as well. She's still staying in lane with like 150 HP, if even. A single volley plus auto attack will kill her. It's actually just about 100 HP. And now Gnar goes in for the first time in top lane, does have his ultimate, did jump under tower, and he's lucky that Morgana didn't have a binding ready, / didn't have the mana for one, because that could have killed him. Now Nautilus goes in onto Ashe again. He's just solo zoning them because she cannot afford to stand in that crowd control, while Vayne just happily farmed another wave. Now is going back, will have plenty of money, 1,700 gold with that kill to pick up whatever she wants. And yeah, Team 1, despite those 2 kills onto Lee Sin, gotta feel pretty confident here, pretty comfortable about where they are and where they're going with the next couple of minutes now. Swain in the mid lane. He's doing really well though. Zoning Orianna quite effectively. That never move still hitting as well. He's 20 CS ahead. Orianna, of course, going for that tier, no combat stats in this early game. Just a lot of mana regeneration, and she seems to need it in this lane where she's constantly forced to spam the shields on herself and then try to farm with the ball. It's really not an easy lane for her. And King got you on his Swain, making a very good move here. Very good performance. He hasn't recalled yet either, while Orianna has, and he's got a nice amount of money in the back, 1,600 gold. So you might be looking to recall soon and get that needlessly large rod in there just for the big early damage. So Lee Sin hovers around mid, wants to make something happen. Orianna still has flash, and she actually picked up the ignite, so she was expecting to be aggressive in that lane. Of course, the ignite is one of the best summoner spells you can pick up against Swain because of that ult where he gets all the self-sustain. So that's going to be really, really nice to mitigate that. Oh, but here we go in the bot lane. Vayne now with that Bilgewater Cutlass doing a huge amount of damage. The Ignite's still ticking away on Ashe, but she's going to be safe, and now they're still trading onto Thresh. The hook goes wide, so nothing more going to come of that. Meanwhile, ult in the top lane out of Gnar, but the return binding by Morgana keeps herself alive just a little bit longer. But Lee Sin is here. He's looking for his 3rd kill of the game. Can he get it? Gnar jumping forward once again. Here's Lee Sin. The Sonic Wave hits, and that's going to be the 3rd kill. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That was about as simple as it gets. But how are they going to progress through that? Yes, Lee Sin is getting kills now, but so what? The last 2 games, Team 1 fought against a Pantheon, and that guy's even snowballier than Lee Sin. They gave Pantheon kills, still won out in the end. So I don't think they're too phased by this just yet. 1,500 gold down. Just keep on playing your thing. Keep feeding Vayne, which so far has worked okay. And Morgana and Orianna really just want to survive, and then they want to do their job in the late game. That was a good attempt at an Ashe arrow, and Orianna's definitely still going to go down because not only is there Swain, there would have been Lee Sin on the backside as well. He is not even necessary. The 1v1 kill, Swain picking that one up for himself, got to feel pretty good right now. He's been pressuring her the entire lane phase, and now he's gotten that kill as well. So really the only lane going well right now for Team 1 is this bot lane. Jungle Sejuani been doing okay as well, but not had any big impact yet as they go into Thresh again. The depth charge was there. Meanwhile, top lane, Morgana has to flash away, might still go down. Yes, another auto attack after the flash out of Gnar will secure the kill. The bot lane, the kill was not secured for Team 1 after the depth charge. So they're still trying to pick up more for Vayne, but they're not managing. They're zoning very well. They're getting an experience and minion lead, but they're not getting really fed just yet. I'm saying just yet. It's gonna happen eventually. The way these guys played the last couple of games. Whereas that hook, it does land, and that pulls Nautilus underneath the turret. He's going to hook himself back out. Thresh, very low on HP. Had he gone in there, that would have spelled disaster for him, so he couldn't go for that fight. But now they're completely zoned off the tower by the Sejuani that comes around. Thresh going to be forced to recall as well. But with Swain coming around, Team 7 might think about trying to go for a kill. Now Sejuani's still over the wall. She's always got that dash, get herself to safety. And Dash stayed in lane to just clear efficiently, get the experience, get the minions underneath the turret. Be quite happy with that one. Status quo once again. Almost everyone back in their lane. The two mid laners just getting their blue buffs. Good binding by Morgana. That's exactly what she needs to try and trade. It's just not enough. Down about 20 CS by now. Building an early morale on Omicron. They're really afraid of this Swain towards the mid and late game, which is good because he is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and with that ultimate, really able to keep himself alive for so much longer than you always expect. So any kind of heal reduction is huge, but mid lane, that's going to be another kill. The shockwave actually not hitting anyone because Lee Sin is already dashed out. Here comes the cavalry. Flash forward from Vayne, a beautiful ultimate out of Sejuani, and that's going to be one kill towards Vayne. This is going to be the second one. Actually, Nautilus steals this one. Now the enemy bot lane arrives. What can they do? Actually, it's just Gnar and a Gnar and a Thresh. The Asho are going wide because Sejuani dashes out of the fight, and at the end of the day, that's now a 2-0 and 1 Vayne. And they return 2 kills for the 1 onto Orianna. Well played here by Team 1. They're getting the right people ahead. Slash, the only person they want to get ahead, they're getting that person ahead. Let's put it that way. Vayne getting fed. She's the one that's going to be babysit all game. Definitely the one they want to get ahead. The one they want to carry the entire weight of the team. It's a pretty big task, but judging by the last game, it's definitely possible. Morgana trying her best to push this top lane. To punish Gnar for that roam into mid, where he didn't get anything. Burning that teleport too, so this dragon right now, Morgana could teleport down there if necessary. As the first couple of items are completed. Swain going for the Rod of Aegis. Looking to scale even more throughout the next 10 minutes, as Lee Sin is still chasing Morgana. The black shield is gone, so now she's actually in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have a binding up right now. Yes, she did get it just in time, and that keeps Lee Sin under the tower for so long. One more hit and he would have been dead. Nobody there though. No Jinx Rocket, no Karthus ult, sorry. So, not gonna be able to finish that one off. But a good defense by Morgana, keeping herself alive. And good job not being greedy as well, which has been one of Team 1's major problems the last games. Didn't try to get in range for the Soul Shackles for the ultimate, and instead just hung back, recalled, and said thank you very much that I'm alive, and I'll just be happy with what I get here. Then she walks into lane again, picked up the cooldown reduction boots. Boots of Lucidity to try and spam a little bit more, wave clear more efficiently, but Gnar is just about a Mega Gnar, and this could be dangerous for Morgana. She's burnt the ultimate, but she's not. Oh, she is going to stun Gnar just as the minions die. Here comes Sejuani, but Gnar might just be able to walk away after that Gnar into the wall. Morgana was stunned up. The binding did not connect, so he's able to walk away at least for the time being. And a lot of resources burned, not only the Morgana ultimate, but also the Sejuani. Plus she was top and couldn't take Dragon down, which is definitely something that Team 1 might be looking into now. Morgana without any mana, she's going to get chased down by this Gnar. He's just about to be very, very fast, and now he jumps on top of Morgana. She puts on the black shield. Sejuani's here for the save. But this does not bode well. Morgana just getting poked out time and again. She can't really do anything in that lane anymore, aside from wave clear a bit, but she's really been having a very, very tough time. Despite having the mana regeneration from that Forbidden Idol. That's a Nautilus hook into the wall, sadly narrowly missed Ash. The Thresh hook doesn't connect anyway, only onto Minion, so nobody cares about that, as everyone else keeps farming away. Vayne, 20 CS ahead, doing what she wants to do. Blade of the Ruined King already completed, of course the big first item spike for her. Once she has the Phantom Dancers on top of that, nobody will want to fight her anymore. That's still a ways away, and until then, Team 1 still have to be very careful in how they play this out. Lee Sin warded the Dragon Pit, then went back out, so nobody quite feeling confident yet in taking that one. Morgana still has a teleport, and Nars is almost back. So almost the entire 3 minutes that actually 5 minutes, he teleported to a ward earlier. So in this entire time, Team 1 have not been able to do anything. Here goes the depth charge now in the bot lane. Orianna is around as well. Beautiful hook. The Shockwave is flashed away from, and then Ashe with a point blank arrow underneath the turret stuns up Vayne for a little while. She's gonna get the double kill. That one was donated perfectly. And once again, they're getting the people fed that they want. Vayne, just time and time again, is the one to pick up the gold, is the one to pick up the kill. Another hook, this one onto Swain. Where's the follow-up? Orianna and Sejuani are here. Vayne stayed in the bot lane to push down that tower, and now they're focusing on the dragon. If they get this one, that's already going to be huge. Again, the 6% extra AD and AP. That's almost like a BF sword towards the late game that you just have for free. Lee Sin is there, doesn't get the steal, so he's going to pay for that with his life most likely. Tries to do all the damage onto Sejuani, but she gets a glacial prison out and then escapes over the wall. That's another 2 kills for Vayne. She is now 6-0-1, and Nar is forced to flash away. No, actually just hop away. He didn't flash. I lie. But now going to get snared up, and Sejuani is still there. They still want to go for more. The flash forward, the Nautilus hook. Nar, what can you do? Not pick up a kill. That's what, because that one goes over to Vayne as well. Good lord. 7-0-1 after only 16 minutes. There are 8 kills on the side of Team 1, and 7 of those on a Vayne. She just outright bought PD. Now this game is very difficult for Team 7. I don't know how they want to keep playing this out, because they just gifted Team 1 everything that they could have possibly asked for. A lot of feed on this Vayne, a good amount of assists on everyone else. 0, 1, and 6 on Sejuani, that's perfect for her. 0, 2, and 5 on Orianna. And Morgana actually was allowed to stay top lane the entire time. She wasn't even necessary in that entire episode in which Team 1 already came out ahead by a large margin, and she just farmed. Here goes Vayne now with that ultimate point blank arrow right in her face, is forced to heal, but look at the damage. She takes out Thresh and then flashes forward. That's another kill. Morgana this time teleported for absolutely nothing, because it was not necessary. Vayne is so fed at this point. I don't think there's really anything that can hurt her. Ashe doesn't even have a single item completed. Instead, she's delaying her own items by picking up the Zeal before, you know, the crit cloak or anything. That one. Anything like that, because she doesn't know what to do. She's so far behind right now that she's splitting up her build paths, just trying to get any minimal power spike that she can get in order to stay on par with a Vayne that is just being fed to hell and beyond. 10-6 now, after only 18 minutes, so we're a bit under a kill a minute, but they're trying. Definitely Vayne is trying at this point. Very bold, very confident in what she can do. Rightfully so. Baron spawns in 2 minutes, guys. If in case you want. In case there's another objective you guys need to take. Only 2,000 gold lead for now, though. In favor of Team 1. Only 2 towers down. But, it seems like a much larger disparity, simply because everything is on Vayne. Then again, you know, in a situation like that, if all the gold is on one person, if all the feed is on one person, if you can lock that person down, you can still win the game. And it is still a Thresh. It is still an Ashe. They do have crowd control, and if they manage to land that on Vayne, they can get the kill. It's not going to be easy, not by any means, and we saw a similar thing in Game 1, where Falcos was super fed. Same player, by the way. Different position. Different champion, too. Got caught out a couple times, and every time he did, the enemy team won the fight. But whenever he didn't, he just completely shredded everyone that came at him. And that's exactly how this game is looking right now. And with the amount of peel and safety that the rest of Team 1 provide, I don't know if it's really possible for anyone to get on top of this Vayne. Look at that Nar. It doesn't hit anything. The death charge comes through. And Nar, he seems to have a little bit of HP, but Vayne just kills him so fast. Switches targets. So far, the only casualty, actually I lied, the 2 casualties have been Lee Sin and Orianna. Look at the damage on the Thresh. One more hit. He's going to go down to the puddle of Morgana, actually. And Vayne almost takes down Ashe on the back of that. The heal barely keeping her alive. Now Nar was able to recall, teleports back in. But what can he do all on his own? He is forced to jump backwards. That's going to be the last outer turret going down here. 3-3 now in towers. And Vayne isn't done. They keep on pushing despite Sejuani being at 200 health. And Nautilus just about the same. they're not afraid. They've got a fed Vayne. And when you've got a fed Vayne, you can do almost whatever you want. Here goes Gnar, though, into Mega Form. Tries to get something done. That is definitely the signal here for Vayne to back off a bit. She's not invincible yet. Still needs the QSS, honestly, and then I don't know if there's anything that Team 7 can ever do to come back in this game, because as soon as Vayne can't be locked down by crowd control anymore and is able to get out of stuff, yeah, you're not going to have a good time. And the face of the Mountain Shield from Nautilus will not exactly be, you know, detrimental to that. Vayne doesn't care about defensive stuff. Who wants a Quicksilver Sash when you can have a BF Sword? Quite right. So, Vayne goes for the BF Sword. Maybe looking for a Bloodthirster at this point. Wouldn't be surprised. Just for the lifesteal to be even crazier, and then the extra shield to be even crazier. All that stuff is just furthering this aggressive playstyle that we've seen the last couple minutes. And in a minute, the next dragon comes up. So we can be excited a minute until our next big fight. And every 6 minutes from then onwards. I'm pretty sure that's going to be how this game is going to go. As Swain's still trying to complete that Zhonya's Hourglass so as not to get taken out by Vayne immediately. The nice thing about Swain is he can pop his ult and then Zhonya's, and the ult will keep running and keep damaging and keep life stealing for him. Spell vamping, but don't know if that's enough, as fed as Vayne is right now. Especially when he gets hit by an Ignite from Orianna, or, you know, the Morellonomicon out of Morgana. It's very difficult for him to survive anything. Now Morgana. The Morgana split push is real, guys. Morgana up in the top lane, farming away. 141 now, finally overtaking Gnar, who's been forced to go all around the map trying to help his team just because that Vayne is so fed. They need the help of the top laner to try and deal with her, to try and get that crowd control down. But doing that leaves Morgana alone up in the top lane to free farm, to get stronger, and then towards the late game you have even more of a problem, because Morgana's a threat as well. Now Lee Sin trying to come up here to the mid lane. He doesn't want to let them free push, but honestly, how much can he really do to try and stop them? They actually try to collapse on him. Nautilus moving over there. The dragon is spawned, so why not take that? Morgana's still top lane. Doesn't quite have a teleport, but basically. While Gnar doesn't, as a matter of fact, he does have Mega Gnar, so he could interrupt hers. If he wants to. Lee Sin could go over the wall for the steal. He does, but Vayne actually secures the dragon, and that's going to be a dead Lee Sin. And Swain way too far forward as well. The depth charge not quite connecting on him because it was aimed at Ashe, but Swain dies for his troubles anyway, and Ashe is still too close. Where's that speed up? The utility from Orianna is too big, and Vayne picks up another one. Gets that Ashe on her retreat. And, yeah, now they're just going to rush to mid lane. They could take that tower down with 2 hits, but Vayne doesn't want to. She can take a Thresh. She gets hooked underneath the tower, though, so Thresh going to get that 500 gold shutdown. Very, very juicy for himself, but honestly, what does it matter when 4 people on your team are dead, and you only got a single kill? And you lost the dragon, and you lost another tower, and Morgana is still free farming top lane. So, all the advantages here going in favor of Team 1. Vayne getting her first death of the game. Could still get a 1337 score, by the way. Just to throw that out there. I'm hoping for it. Here goes Gnar, though, trying to make something happen on his own, but he's alone against 4 people. What can he really do? At least there's nobody shredding his HP bar as crazily as before. He might actually survive, and they're gonna get Sejuani instead. Lee Sin picking that one up. Tanky Gnar with that Spirit Visage and building towards the Rando and Zoman as fast as he can. The thing is, it's good enough as long as Vayne isn't there, but as soon as Vayne is there, that will not do you a lot of good either. They're pinging the Baron. They could try to go for the Baron, especially since Orianna's quite bold right now, staying very far forward. Does have a flash, is forced to use that over the wall. Here comes Gnar with that teleport, forcing her away, and they're actually going for this Baron. This is a desperation play 24 minutes in. It might just work, because Vayne was still bot lane. And Orianna thought about recalling. Nautilus, Morgana, and Sejuani did recall. So there's no smite steal. Sejuani isn't here. But Vayne is here. That's almost worse. The Ashe Arrow hits, and that's going to be the never move as well. The first kill goes down. Baron over to Team 7. They're trying to use this now to stall out a little bit longer. All 5 of them are still alive and have that buff. That is their chance to push a little bit. Vayne is not done. She's going in. There comes the Sejuani ultimate. That hits Ashe and Lee Sin. Doesn't really do too much. Look at that. The Lee Sin kick comes too late. Sejuani flashes forward. She's not done yet. She wants more. Gets a slowdown. Lee Sin jukes her out, though, but the dash after him. That's going to be another kill. So 2 going down here. Lee Sin and Ashe not going to have that buff. And at this point, Yes, they may have Baron buff, but that isn't worth a whole lot if you cannot survive long enough to utilize that. Because everyone now is back into the mid lane. We're gonna start clearing a couple pink wards because, you know, why not when you're not really needed by your team. Team of the Tito here definitely playing a support role. 1-2-1 in a 28 kill game. What has he been doing the entire time? Just sitting top lane. Look at this huge wave bot lane. They can just work with that one. Walk straight down, kill that tower. Actually, Vayne decides to recall. So, never mind. I lied. They're not doing anything. They just want to defend. Big damage on that top lane tower. Morgana can probably take that down with just about a careless whisper. As we see her doing right now. Going around behind it. One auto attack. There you go. Good job, Morg. Getting the job done. And a perfect binding to get herself out safely as well. That blue buff doing some work on the cooldowns. Oh, Nara isn't done yet, though. Another binding. Slows him down. He still wants a kill. He's trying hard. Not going to get her. So at this point, it's a 12-1-6 Vayne. With an Infinity Edge. With a Blade of the Ruined King and Phantom Dances. Versus an Ashe with Infinity Edge. And Zeal. What is going on? That is not something I expected to see from the last game, but it's definitely very scary. And we've seen in the last couple of fights what this Vayne can do at this point. And it's not pretty. It's probably not allowed to be viewed by underage audiences. We need like an 18+ verification if you want to watch the stream. Now though, the Baron pushes on in the mid lane. 5 members from Team 7 are here. They're making this I don't want to say last-ditch effort because we're only 27 minutes in, but that's really what it kind of feels like. Because they don't really have too much else of a choice. Good shockwave hitting 2 people. Vayne picks up the first kill. Nautilus just walks at them, and they get annihilated. 2 kills, 3 kills down. Vayne with a triple. How much more is she going to get? Is this going to be the Penta? No, only a Quadra, because Lee Sin dashes over the wall and manages to get out. We have a surrender vote after that Quadra kill, though. So GG, well played here to Team 1, who emerged victorious in today's daily tournament from High Quality Gaming. Congratulations and commiserations, of course, to Team 7. They put up a good fight, but honestly, when everything goes wrong and Vayne somehow gets every kill on the map for the first 14 minutes of the game, there's not that much you can do. So they tried really hard. They got very far. Hey, come on, finals, guys. But in the end, it didn't really matter, and they still lost. But they still get RP. So, GG well played to both teams, and of course that does it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed watching. I hope you enjoyed my casting. It is high time for bed for me because it's past 5 a.m. If you have any feedback or hints or anything like that, leave them in the chat or write me personal messages. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow High Quality Gaming on Twitter. Of course, link the stream to everyone you think could enjoy it. Of course, participate in the next couple tournaments as well because, hey, it's always fun to play. And it's always fun to watch good games, so there's that. And, yeah, I hope you had a good night, and see you next time.